Okay, 3, 2, 1. Ho ho ho! Hello world! Merry Christmas and soon Happy New Year. I hope that you spent a beautiful Christmas, even though you couldn't meet probably most of your parents and relatives, like I did. But still, we've got the internet, we've got technology, which allows us to meet other people online. So it's a good way to still stick together and feel human warmth. So this is the Christmas special of Inglorious Academy, which means that I'm going to do some practice, some rehearsals for those of you who missed the previous lessons or who didn't have the time or with the will to do exercises. This is our chance to do some exercises together. Maybe some of you do not know how to approach these exercises, and so this is my occasion to give you a way to study, a mean to, have the proper mindset in order to start to do this kind of work. So I've already opened all of the 10 slides that we covered, starting from the 17th of October until last Saturday, which was the 19th of December. We covered a lot of stuff. In fact, we can see it from the introduction slide, which is the 0th slide. We had to do quite a few things. We started with a soft start, which is actually this set of slides. And we also did some sort of crash course that we can do again in these days and see how it goes. We covered a little bit of the command line interface, so CLI, and Git as a source versioning system. And then we did HTML, CSS, and we barely touched JavaScript for now. JavaScript is the topic that we will cover during the whole spring of 2021. And in the meantime, I hope that I'm already giving you a little bit of experimental approach. I'm teaching you how to learn, and in fact, I already saw some of my students starting to learn by themselves and try new things and find new information on the internet and apply them by themselves, which is awesome. And I would love you to learn how to embrace change, so don't feel pressured by the fact that things change, requirements change, technology changes. Who cares? We embrace the change and we'll be part of the change. And of course, I have a passion for coding, which probably shows, and I really hope that I'm transmitting this passion to you guys too. I already heard some very nice feedback, so I think that for some of you, it's already working. Speaking of feedback, I see that usually my lessons have something like 10-ish people logged in online live with me, but then after the views raise a lot, they become something like 120. So if I don't know how Twitch works, but if there's really 120 or 110 people watching these streams after they are watching the so-called VOD, video on demand, well, hello watchers! I don't want to leave you outside of this. Even though you're not watching live, you're still the best people that I know, and the best people that I would love to know. Feel free to watch the videos on Twitch, and if you miss the video on Twitch because after a few weeks they get deleted automatically, don't worry, because there's also the YouTube channel, so you're never missing anything. Anyway, so let's start, because we've got lots of things to do and not a really long time to do that. I think that we can start with the exercises at the end of each slide, and maybe we can find some other things to do as soon as they come up to my mind. For example, the slide number 1 had this complete the HTML plus CSS tutorial on Code Makery. I don't know if many of you did it. Some of you tried, and that's good. This tutorial is all about HTML, CSS, but also adding a framework such as Bootstrap. So this covers pretty much everything we covered until the last lesson that we did together. So I think that this is already probably too advanced. Let's take a step back and maybe start with for example, with the command line. In these slides, there's a practice time slide, which is always the last one, and I can try to do what they say. Well, what I said, because I wrote these slides. Explore what directories are on your system and what's in them. Make sure you use a variety of relative and absolute paths. So, what is this about? Well, this is how to get accustomed to the command line, because as soon as we start JavaScript, we'll do a little bit more of command line. We are using sometimes Git from the command line, and maybe today or next week we will even see how to deploy a website with the command line or with Git. Or with Git. So other alternatives on publishing our websites and our web applications without using Netlify, without dragging and dropping a folder. So how do I explore my file system? So first of all, this is my home, this is my personal stuff, and you should not see it, but I don't care, I don't have any secrets. So ls in order to show the contents of my directory, of my home directory, and I can see that I've got many things. I've got Android, books, desktop, documents, download, music, pictures, projects, public, software, Steam, templates, video. Steam is what you think about. Is what you think of. Then I've got a couple of keys and logs coming from, I don't know. Snap is the one of the package managers that my system has. And okay, so this is my home, and if I go into the documents folder, I can see something. How do I go into the documents folder? CD documents. Starting from here, I go into the documents, and I have something, including a folder related to my mom with documents for my mother. And as you can see here, the folder is ~/documents, because tilde is a shorthand for my home folder. My home folder is actually home/Anthony. So if I do /home/Anthony and I cd into this folder, I'm exactly where I'm supposed to be, in my home folder. And if I do cd tilde, from wherever I am, I'm still in my home folder. And if I do cd/, I'm now at the root of my file system. In fact, I see many system files and system folders. Inside of these, I find a folder called home, so I can cd into the home, and then here we've got Anthony, so I can cd into Anthony, and I'm still in my home folder. So go to your home using 4 different methods. Make sure you are using tab completion when typing out your paths too. Okay, so how do I go to my home folder? One is to use an absolute path like cd/home/Anthony. Another one is another absolute path, which is cd tilde. Another one is a relative path. So from wherever I am, I want to go to my home folder. And in this case, I can say, well, I'm already in my home folder, so I can cd into this folder, which is done with the dot. Cd dot goes into the current folder. Or I can do something fancy like cd into the documents folder from here, and I'm using tab completion in order to not write everything. And then from documents, I can go back one folder. So again, inside of one folder and then back one folder. And I'm still at my home folder. So many ways. I think that also, at least on Ubuntu, cd without nothing goes into my home folder. Let's see, cd/, I do cd. Yep, I'm back again in my home folder. So many ways to go into my home folder. Create a series of files and directories, rename them, move them around, and delete them. Okay, so here we are experimenting. I'm doing clear to clear the console. Here we are experimenting with some CRUD operations, as we say. Create, read, update, delete, which are the 4 basic operations that you usually do on any kind of data on any system. So you create items, you read them, so you look at them and you inspect them, you update them, you change them, and finally you delete them, you remove them, okay? So I'm gonna make a dir, mkdir creates a new directory, my new dir, and this is how you create a directory. In fact, now I've got my new dir. Then I can cd into my new dir and make sure that every other operation I do it in here and not outside because I could really do a mess. Okay, so how do I create a file? Multiple ways. One of the ways that we saw so far is touch a file. So touch my new file. Touch is a strange command because if there's no file code like this, it creates the new file. But if I retouch the file, if I issue exactly the same command, it will not recreate the file, it will just update its timestamp. It will update its modified date, okay? So, touch my new file. Just checking the stream manager, I see one viewer currently, which is fine because today is the 26th. You're still on holiday, and there's no problem if you don't want or don't have the time to watch the stream. That's why I'm streaming it, and then it will be recorded and you can just watch the recording, so no sweat with that. Okay, so I've got a new file, and this file has a date of modification which I can probably see with ls-l. ls lists all the files and directories, but with this L it shows me some more information, among which I can find this 1010. This file was created and also updated last time at 1010 my local time. But now if I retouch this new file, the ls-l says that this file was changed 1 minute later. Okay, so pretty easy. But there's also other ways to create a new file, and you can also edit this new file, and it is of course by using a text editor. One text editor that we saw is Nano, which is by default installed on Linux, and it's probably installed by default on the Git Bash for Windows users. So if I do nano my new file and this file doesn't exist, it creates the file. Otherwise it will just open the file for modification. So changed one line. And Nano has very strange shortcuts. In order to save a file, you have to write out, as it says here below. And this caret O symbol means that you have to press Control O. And this is not over because it says, yeah, how do you want to save this file? Should it be the same file name as before, or do you want to select a new file name? No, that's fine, so I'm pressing Enter. Now the file was saved. It wrote one line, well, compared to before this change. And then if you want to quit, there's a Control X, as you can see from Exit. So there's no Control S for save, or Alt F4 or whatever, you know, the usual shortcuts are for editors. This editor has completely different shortcuts, but luckily for us, all these shortcuts are listed here below. So if I don't remember them, I can just look at them. So Control X to exit, and now I change my file. If I do an ls-l, I'll see that 2 minutes after my last modification, the file was actually modified. Yay! Okay, as you can see, this is the date, 26th of December. 18 is probably the size of the file. The file was completely void at first, so it was 0 kilobytes heavy, and now it's 18 kilobytes. I think there's also a H as an argument for ls that allows us to see the size in human readable format. But it doesn't change too much. It just says that instead of total 4, it says total 4K. So the total size of this folder is 4 kilobytes. But this 26 is still a 20, but this 18 is still an 18, not 18 kilobytes or 18 bytes. That's fine. Okay, so this is how you create a file. How do you change a file? Well, you nano into the file and you edit the file, of course. If you want to rename the file, well, that's pretty strange because we've got one command that does the move and the rename. So if I want to move this file around, let's create a new directory, another dir. Make dir another dir, which creates another directory inside of this directory, as you can see, and it's an empty directory. So if I want to move this file around, I can mv move my new file into another directory. And this just works. As you can see, the tab completion adds also an extra slash, but this trailing slash is not mandatory. It just tells you even more that this is a directory and not a file, but it's optional. So if I move this file into another directory, after the ls, I will see that the file has disappeared because it's inside of this other directory. If I list the contents of another directory, I will see my new file.txt in there. So mv is a command that moves things around, but not only. In fact, I can even move the file, but I can specify the new name of the moved file. So let's call it movedfile.txt. This means move the file called mynewfile.txt, which is inside another directory, and give it the name of movedfile.txt. If I do this, now the file is called movedfile, and it's exactly the same file I had in another directory, which is now completely empty. Okay? I see some viewers coming up. I don't know if you are the usual ones. You were probably surprised that I didn't wait a whole 5 minutes before starting the lesson, because I'm starting to get annoyed by the fact that I have to wait 5 minutes, and then when I upload videos on YouTube, I have to cut those first 5 minutes. And when I cut those first 5 minutes on YouTube, YouTube takes even 24 hours before processing the whole video. So my new experiment from now on will be to just start 1 minute after. In fact, you already know that I start my lessons sharp at 9 a.m. sharp. So you can connect at 9 a.m. or 1 minute before, and you will definitely find me. Let's see if this works. If you need these 5 minutes before the lesson, I can do this. There's no problem. Just give me feedback and I will adjust myself to you. That's no problem. Okay, so we moved the file and also changed its name, which should suggest us that actually I can use move also to just rename a file. In fact, I have moved file.txt. Okay, now I want to move this file from this directory to this directory. And the moved file will be called renamed file. And if I do this, you will see that the file didn't change position, it just changed name. So in Linux, in the terminal, the act of renaming files is actually a special case of moving files around, because when you move a file, you can also rename it. And if you move a file from one directory to the same directory, you're actually not moving it at all, but instead you're renaming it. So there's no rename command, there's just a move command to rename files. Okay? And last thing, we can delete directories. But the problem is that if the directory is empty, I can use this command, rmdir, and another directory is an empty directory, so I should be able to remove this directory because it's empty. Yes, it does. But now, if I cd one folder back in order to see all my directories, including my new directory, and I try to remove this directory, my new dir, I shouldn't be able to do this because rmdir only works for empty directories. Let's see. Yep, failed to remove my new dir because the directory is not empty. My new dir contains the file called now renamed file, so it's not empty, so I cannot remove it. rmdir just allows you to remove empty directories. So what if I want to remove the directory with all of its contents? Well, I have to use another command, which is rm, which can be used also for files. But for directories, you have to make sure, if you really want to remove the directory, to add this other flag, -r, which makes the removal recursive. Recursive, well, just means that it calls itself again and again and again until some certain limit is reached. In this case, it's going to remove the directory and its contents. And if the contents are directories, it will remove those directories and their contents, and so on and so forth. So you remove recursively my new dir, which means that it will remove all the contents of the directory and then finally also the directory itself. And that's it. Bam, I completely lost my directory. Watch out, because this is not moving things into the trash bin. This is completely wiping out the directory. So you can really mess up if you inadvertently remove some of your important files. Okay, take a look at the permissions of your home directory, then have a look at the permissions of various files in there. What is that? Well, if I do an ls-lh, I will see this first column here. And this column here is the permission mask. So here I can see that all the directories start with a D because they are directories. And they've got rwx, rwx, r-x. As you can see, there's a pattern that's somehow repeating. So rwx, the first three, mean that the owner of this directory, which in my case is Anthony, which is me, the owner of this directory is able to read, to write, and to execute the directory, whatever this means. Well, directories are always executable for some reason. The second three characters are for the group, because I, as a user, am Anthony, but I belong to one or more groups, and the group I belong to mainly is a group called Anthony, after my name. This is by default on Linux. You could have other conventions, and you can find it in the properties, I think. So this is my user. No, I cannot see, however. No, I don't think I can see the groups I belong to. I can do something like I don't remember. Is it group ls or ls group? Sorry, not even. The audio is really high. No. Oh, come on, there was something. Groups maybe. Yay! These are all the groups that are available in the system probably. Anthony, adm, which looks like administration, CD-ROM, which is kind of stupid because my laptop doesn't have a CD-ROM. Sudo is the group of people who can do things like a super user. So sudo, which in Italian means I sweat. In fact, we do a lot of jokes about this. But sudo, in fact, means do something as a super user, so as an administrator. In Linux and in other operating systems, you can log in as the administrator and mess things up, or you can log in as a normal user and then do all these certain operations as a super user. So for example, if I want to update my package manager, I can do an apt update, which updates the list of the packages that I can install on my system. But this is something that only the administrator or the super user can do. So instead of doing apt update, I have to do sudo apt update. It will ask me for my password. And since I belong to the group of administrator, of sudoers, then this operation and this only will be performed successfully as an administrator, even if I'm not actually an administrator. Okay, so this is what is a group. So the directories tell me that even anyone who is not the owner of this directory but belongs to my group, Anthony, can still read, write, and execute this directory. And finally, these three characters are for everybody else, not the owner, not people that belong to the same group, but everybody else. So other people can still read the directory, read its contents. They cannot modify the directory, and they can execute the directory because the directories are always executable for some reason, okay? But this is for directories. As you can see, this is actually a regular file. This is key.jks, which I have no idea what this is about. But as you can see, it doesn't have a D because it's not a directory, and it seems like it's readable and writable, but not executable by the owner, so by myself, by my group, And other users which don't belong to my group or are not myself can still read the file but not write it or execute it. And as you can see, this other thing here, qphotorec.log, is actually a file that can be read by everyone, cannot be executed by anyone, can be written by the user but not by the group, and apparently the owner of this file is not even me, it's root. And root is the default name for the administrator in Linux. So this file belongs to someone else. It doesn't belong to me. So why is it in my home folder? But that's fine. Okay, so this is how you read the permissions. I'm not going too much in detail on permissions today. I don't think it's really that helpful nowadays. But as always, if you want to know some more, just ask. If you're watching live, just ask right now, and I will be more than happy to reply to any doubts and questions. Or if you're watching the stream after, well, not live, don't worry, you can still ask because you can always find me. There is a Slack workspace that I created for you guys, which is the Inglorious Coders workspace with a channel called Schools, because I love to put the trailing Z everywhere. And here you can write anything you want. There's a link to the slides. So the slides are completely free and available to you, and you can have a look at them, you can copy them, you can change them to your needs. I even put a shortcut, tinyurl.com/ICAcademy. In the slides, there's also a link to the Slack workspace, but I think it's now overdue, so it's expired. So if you want to contact me in any way, just do it from the chat, from the Twitch chat, or from this website, ingloriouscoders.it. If you see here on the top left, you can find all of my contacts, including my phone number. So use it wisely, please. But still, you can mail me, you can phone me, WhatsApp me, Telegram me. I've got everything. I even got WeChat. So you can really find me anywhere. Or on LinkedIn, GitHub, Instagram, Facebook. You just reach me, and I will be more than happy to welcome you in the chat and to interact with you. For free, of course, as always, for free. Everything is for free. Okay, so this is the permission of your home directory. Create a directory and put some files into it. Now play about with removing various permissions from yourself on that directory and see what you can and can't do. Okay, I said that I didn't want to go in detail on this, but since I wrote it, I will do it. So I'm gonna make a directory, again, my new dir. I'm gonna cd into my new dir. And of course, there's nothing inside, so I'm gonna create a file, touch my new file. You touch my tralala. You know what? I'm gonna call it tralala. Okay? Or maybe my tralala. I have to rename this file. How do I do this? Move tralala into my tralala. And this is a good occasion to show you also that I don't need an extension. In files on Linux, I don't need to add an extension to the file to make it a file. In fact, a file is different from a directory, not because of the file name, but because of the meta information associated to it. So since it doesn't have a D here, it's not a directory. It's a regular file, even if it doesn't have an extension. Systems like Windows instead rely heavily on the extension, on this last bit of the name, to understand what kind of file this is. But not on Linux. You can name the file as you wish. With silly outcomes too. In fact, you can also create a directory called file.txt, and it works even though it's a directory, but it looks like a file. So, well, bottom line, don't do this. Try to add an extension to files and try to not add an extension to directories. But in theory, you could do whatever you want. Let's remove that directory. Thanks. Okay, so ls-lh. Now my file, as always, has this ability to be read and written by myself and by my group, and to be read by everybody else, but not written by everybody else. Do I want to give other people the permissions to write? Well, I can do it in multiple ways. One of the ways I like is chmod plus w my tralala, which means that I'm changing the modifiers of this file, and I'm saying that everybody is able to write. I'm adding the ability to write to anyone. If I want to restrict the ability to write to someone, I don't remember, but I think it was user. So user plus w, it means that I'm giving the user, the owner of the file, the ability to write. G plus w means I'm giving this ability to just the group. I think it was O for all the others. And if I don't put anything, I'm just giving the ability to write to everyone. So if I do this, and I still ls-lh, it didn't work. Okay, cool. Let's try again. I'm gonna put the O. Let's see if this works better. Okay, this worked better. I don't know why the plus W didn't work. Probably this is a shortcut for not give write permission to everybody, but give write permissions to just a few of them. And how do I know? Well, there's a lot of documentation online and even on my system that can help me understand what I did wrong. In fact, there's also a man command, which is not pertaining to male people, but it's a manual, so I can do man chmod in order to open the manual for chmod. And here I should find, yep, here it is, a combination of the letters UGOR, Yu-Gi-Oh, controls which user's access to the file will be changed. The user who owns it, U. So U is the user who owns the file. Other users in the file's group, G. Other users not in the file group, O. And this is exactly what I told you already. And then, or all users, which is A. I should have put A, not just plus W. If none of these are given, the effect is as if A were given, but bits that are set in the umask are not affected. So if I don't put U, O, G, or A, it looks like it's actually as if I put A, but it didn't work, and probably this is the reason. Bits that are set in the umask are not affected. I think this is strange. It should have worked, but still, don't care. I can try again and do something like chmod all will have the writability being removed. So my tralala is now readable by everyone and writable by everyone. Now I want to completely remove the ability to write to everyone, including myself. And now the file is only readable. It's read-only. Okay? Now if I want to put the W back on myself, I can chmod U plus W to my tralala, which should do the trick. Yep, now the file is writable only by myself. Experienced and hardcore Linux users don't use chmod like this. They prefer to use numbers instead of these strange characters. In fact, I know that usually if you want a file to be like this, so readable by everyone but writable only to you, which usually is the default case, you can say chmod 755 my tralala. Let's see. No, this becomes also executable, sorry, I didn't remember that. 755 means the file is readable by everyone, writable by the owner, and also executable. Why is that? Well, because every one of these symbols has associated a number, and I'm not going to explain it, but if you want, you can just find it online, just chmod, and you'll find lots of documentation, even Wikipedia, on why the numbers correspond. You see, this is the table that explains exactly how it works. So if you want to completely avoid any permission, this is permission 0. If you want to only execute, you use 1. If you want to write only, you use 2. 3 to write and execute, 4 for read only, 5 to read and execute, and this is for all three groups. So for the owner, for the group, and for everybody else. If I said 755, it means that the user, the owner, is 7. So the owner will be able to read, write, and execute. And the group and everybody else, I put a 5, which means only read and execute. Which means that if I want just to make my file readable and writable, but never executable by myself, I have to put a 6. And if I want the file to be only readable by everybody else, I should put a 4. Let's see. I want to chmod C644 my tralala. Yeah, this is it. It's readable and writable by me, readable only by everybody else. It's actually the default for files. Files are better being read and written but not executed. 755 is usually instead the default for directories. In fact, you always want directories to be writable by you, maybe not writable by anybody else, but directories, because they are directories, must be also executable. So you use 755 for directories and 644 for files. This is already advanced concept that's I'm just giving you just for curiosity. Don't worry if you don't understand all these or you don't care about all these. I can totally understand you. These are usually things that are more interesting for system administrators rather than developers. Developers should still know them, but still, you don't deal with permissions every day when you develop software, so don't worry about that. There was also a slide about advanced CLI, and I don't know if this is really important. I think that we skipped it last time, so let's just skip it. As for Git, we already did a lot of exercises. If you haven't already, please create an account on GitHub. It's free. GitHub is a website that... Ooh, dark mode. Nice. GitHub is a website that hosts practically all the open source code that we have in the world. Here on GitHub, there's companies like Facebook or Google or Microsoft that put their code for free for everybody to read, to modify, to enjoy, to recreate, to steal. You can do whatever you want. Oh, this is the dark theme is so cool because this looks a lot like the Matrix. This is a calendar of all my open source contributions. So the brighter the square, the more contributions I did. In fact, on October 26, apparently I did 9 contributions to the open source community. Not that much, but still, better than nothing. And so this is my personal GitHub account, but you can create an account for organizations too. So I've got an organization which is Inglorious Coders, and in this GitHub, I've got my Inglorious portfolio, which is the repository in which I'm putting all the exercises that we are doing in our lessons. And during my lessons, I am encouraging you to create your own portfolio and to put all the code you are building together with me, because the portfolio is something that you will be able to show to your recruiters, to your HR managers. So this course, if you want to, is not just something that you watch while eating candies, but you can actively develop things with me, learn together with me, build something, have fun, play with it, and maybe all the things that you're creating are not only constituting your know-how, but they are also your portfolio that you can show to someone else. In fact, I'm already watching, I don't know how I can see this, but I'm watching other people. And among these people, there's you guys. There's no, there's not, they're not here. Where do I see the people that I follow on GitHub? Have no idea. Your profile, your organization, stars, gists, nope, don't know. I am following some of you because you gave me your GitHub account URL. So I'm able to see what you are doing, but I don't know where to find you. So, okay, that's fine. But still, with GitHub also, you can do lots of cool things, such as deploy for free any kind of static website with a tool called GitHub Pages. I use GitHub Pages a lot because it's free and because it's so easy to have your code synchronized on this remote repository, which is GitHub, and as soon as you push your changes to GitHub, they are automatically deployed online. You don't need to do this extra step of publishing your changes. As soon as you synchronize your code to this remote repository, it is already online. And I do it a lot. In fact, my website, Inglorious Coders, is published with GitHub Pages. You can find it here. Well, not the settings. So yeah, this is it. This is my repository. This is all the code that I pushed on GitHub, and it is automatically deployed in here. The URL is actually ingloriouscoders.github.io, but I also bought a domain which covers that other domain which I don't like. So now it's ingloriouscoders.it, which actually hides the website that I published on ingloriouscoders.github.io. And this is the organization website. But if I want to, I can even create other projects that are not of my organization. And this is the case for this website here, Giada Giocazzoli, a wedding photographer. This is another website that is published in ingloriouscoders.github.io/Giada Giocazzoli, but I bought a domain, so now you can find it on giadagiocazzoli.com. And the only thing that I paid for is the domain name. But other than that, GitHub Pages is hosting these websites completely for free, given that they are static website, and you will know what this means later on. But still, they are HTML, CSS, and JavaScript websites, the same technologies that I'm right now teaching you guys. So pretty cool. We can use this, and I prefer this rather than Netlify. Why is not Netflix? I always put Netflix. Netlify is awesome, but the problem with Netlify is that you have to take your folder and drag it and drop it into the website. Every single time you do some change, you have to do the drag and drop of a folder. Probably they also have other means nowadays, but usually, historically, it was like that. You just drag and drop, which is awesome for beginners that do not know nothing about the command line. But as soon as you've got some more power, as soon as you master the matrix, you can do so many more things and be much more productive. You issue a command on the terminal and the website is online. This is so cool to do. I love it. And especially whenever you can do something on the terminal, it means you can automate it. You can make the computer do it for you. You can schedule things so you don't need to do them by yourselves. So it's really important to learn the command line because it allows you to be very productive, and it allows you also to program the machine so it does a lot of the work for you. Okay? Let me remove this my new dear, and that's it. Okay, so where were we? We're on Git. So create an account GitHub, please. Please share your account on GitHub with us on the school's channel, because I would love to see your work, and I would love to give you feedback. I'm already giving some feedback to some of the most committed students, and as you can see, I'm also sending lots of memes and stupid jokes, and you're all also allowed to, of course. We already practice creating new projects on GitHub and cloning them on the machine. We can do the same right now. So if I do, let's copy, I don't know, really no idea. Let's do this. Okay, there's a very small project called Yes Next Starter, but I can clone anything. I can go here in the code button of this repository, and there's a way to clone this repository. If you created the SSH key, which is a more complex thing, you can go right away with this, but chances are that you didn't do anything related to SSH. You probably don't even know what this is. So go with the HTTPS, which is the internet protocol by excellence. and you can copy this URL, this address, and if you installed Git, which is something that we already did in lesson number 0, and if you have problems with that, please tell me. You can just chat and say, hey, I don't have Git installed, how do I install Git? And I will show you right away. But if you have installed Git already, you can just do git clone, and then you paste the URL that you copied from GitHub. When you do this, that's it. It cloned the project, and now you have a new folder here, ES-Next Starter. And you can do whatever Git operation you want. Git is a tool that allows you to synchronize your code with a local and also a remote repository, which means that every change you do, you can record it with a Git commit, and this commit will stay there local, and you can inspect all the, oh, wait a second, I have to get inside of this folder. You can inspect all the commits that you've done so far. Let's see, a couple of flags here. This is it. This is what I apparently did. These are all changes that I created. I created an initial commit, then I updated the documentation. Then there's actually a couple of other commits that I didn't do. They were performed automatically by GitHub, because GitHub now has this new feature, the Dependabot, which updates your dependencies automatically, especially if your current dependencies could have some security issues. So these dependencies are automatically updated for you, which is kind of cool. Okay, so we've got all these other things, but actually these are created in different branches. My main branch is called master, because historically it's called master. Now on GitHub, people got offended, so they don't want to call this branch master anymore. They want to call it main. So whenever you create a new repository on GitHub, it will be called main by default, because master reminds of slavery probably, which I think it's complete bullshit, because master here is not related to slavery. It's if you watched Kung Fu Panda, you know that there's Master Shifu or Master Oogway, and there's no slaves in there. There's a master and a student and a learner. So I don't know. Well, people are getting nuts nowadays. But still, now I've got one main branch, one master branch, and now we've got two branches that are diverging from this master. So one thing that I can do is to merge these changes into my master. Whenever we have branching paths, we can merge them together and make them only one branch. And we can do this in two ways. In Git, we've got git merge, which takes these two branches and reunites them with a commit that is created, an artificial commit that is created and that reunites these two branches together. Or you can do something a little more complex. It's a rebase, and a rebase is something that rewinds the changes to some branch and reapplies the changes to the main branch. So it creates something like called a cactus model, because you have a main trunk and branches that branch out, but then they stop there, and every change they carry are actually applied to the main branch. I never did this before, but I could try to do this kind of rebase. I have to, I think, place myself in this commit. Let's see what happens if I do git checkout on this commit. Okay, let's see where we are. So git log one line all graph. My head, which is the label that points to the current commit, is actually where I wanted it to be. It's in here. Now that I'm in here, I could try to do a git rebase to master. So the change that I have here will be reverted back to this commit here and will be applied to the master. Let's see what happened. Probably nothing. I don't think that nothing happened. Probably because the master already has everything. Let's try again. Git checkout master. And let's see one thing. So bump low dash from 4.17.15 to 4.17.19. But I think that we don't even have this low dash. Let's do a nano of the package JSON. There's no low dash in here. Okay, so I have no idea what's happening, and we don't care. So if you want to rehearse a little bit of Git branching, I created something nice for you. I created it in here. So cd Inglorious Coders Academy, and I created something called Git. Okay, I created this script here, which is called Git Good, and if I look at it, you will see that this is a way for me to automate some commands that I didn't want to issue every single time. So this is how cool it is to use the command line. You just type the commands into a file, and then you make the file executable. So you can ask the computer to do all the operations that you want to perform automatically for you in an instant. So as you will see, you are creating a directory, Git Good. You are CDing, you are getting inside of that directory. You're initializing a Git repository. Then I'm creating a new file called txt, and I'm already putting some text in it. Then with these two commands, I create a commit. I add the changed files to the staging area, and then I commit all the changes, thus creating a new commit, this new dot on the Git tree. Then I'm changing again the file, and I'm actually appending a new line on the file with this command, and I'm doing another commit. And now here I'm going to branch. In fact, I'm creating a new branch, and I'm checking out inside of this new branch. So as you probably remember, in Git, branches are just labels that you apply to commits, nothing more than that. And I'm appending one more line to this file, and I'm committing the change on this new branch. So now the histories are starting to branch out. Then I switch back to the main branch, which is master, and I'm appending another line to the same file, which probably will generate a conflict between these two commits, because in one side of the story I added this line to the file. But in a parallel universe, on a parallel branch of the story, I'm appending another line to the branch. So if I want to now merge these changes together, which change wins? Do I have to keep this line and remove this one? Or do I have to keep this line and remove this one? Or do I want to keep both lines together? So this script that I created is what actually allows me to create this branching situation that will lead to conflicts. In fact, if I execute the command, I do it with // and then git good. And I can do this because if you see it, this file is also executable. So I can execute this file. And as you can see, it created a folder, cd git good. And this folder, as you will see from git log one line graph all, it has a branching situation in which you've got new feature, but this new feature is in parallel with the master. It's not really easy to understand all this from the terminal. In fact, we usually use graphical user interfaces to see the branching. But still, we can do lots of things in here. We can merge, we can rebase. Not really sure that you want to see this because we already did this last time. But if you want to really look at it quickly, I can try merge. So I'm already in master. The head is pointing to master. So I'm currently on branch master. And now I can git merge new feature. But the merge fails because there are some conflicts. So what are these conflicts? Well, conflicts are saved in the same files, that do have conflicts. In fact, if I look at the internal contents of file.txt, I see a little mess. I see the 2 lines that did not generate any conflicts, and then I see those 2 lines that actually generated the conflicts, which are somehow wrapped by these 3 lines in here. Here it says that from here to here, this is what I had on the head, which corresponds to the current branch, to the master. And from here to here, this is what I received from the branch called new feature. So all of this should be changed in order to fix the conflict. And I fix it as I wish. I can remove one of these 2 lines, or I can merge them together. Maybe I want to have this situation here. Maybe I want to also swap these 2 lines, and I can do with Control K to cut, Control U to paste. Okay, this looks good. Hello world, look man or hands, and then we've got the tongue twister. She sells seashells on the seashore, the shells that she sells are seashells on shore. This is fine, so I'm saving it, quitting. Now the conflict is solved. So what is the status right now? Everything is both branches modified this file, so this was not marked as committed. Now I can add this file to the staging area in order to commit it. If I do another git status, I see that everything is good. The changes to be committed are ready, so I can commit. And as you can see, the default message that was created is merge branch new feature. I didn't write this because this merge commit is actually a semi-automatic commit that is created as soon as you do merging. So you can save, exit, and now the history is saved once again. We've got these 2 branching paths that are now reunited together in this commit here. But we can do the same with rebase, and actually rebase for some, in certain aspects, is even better. I deleted completely all the exercise, and I'm going to recreate it back again with just 1 command. That's it. Now I can try doing the rebase. The situation that we have is, again, the 2 branches that are branched out, and I want to merge them together somehow. But now I'm going to do a rebase. So with rebase, the first thing that I need to do is to go to the other branch, not my main branch. This is a different thing. So as you can see, the difference between what I had before and what I have now is that the head doesn't point to master anymore. It points to new feature. This is the only thing that I did. I just switched a label to another place. Now I can git rebase. I can rebase this commit into the master. So I just git rebase master. But there's a conflict, of course. So I'm going to solve this conflict by checking the file. I'm going to solve the conflict exactly like before, which is like this. As you can see, I'm just removing all the garbage that was automatically added, and I'm just fixing the file as I wish it would look like. Control O to save, Control X to quit. And now that all my changes are, all the conflicts are fixed, git status says that I need to, again, add this file in order to tell Git, I fixed it. You can now commit it. And the git status says that everything is perfectly fine. But now, instead of committing, I can do this. You are currently rebasing branch new feature on this kind of commit here. All conflicts are fixed, so I can git rebase continue. So I'm not doing a git commit this time. I'm doing a git rebase -- continue, if I can write it correctly. Okay. Git rebase continue, and this is the commit that I'm applying to the master branch. So Control O, Control X. and everything seems fine. In fact, if I git log one graph line all, this is what happened, and it's actually pretty different from merging, because as you can see, there's no branching now. We've got just a line of commits going forward in history. This is a good thing because Git Rebase doesn't create all this convoluted branching history that gets reunited and then rebranches, etc. But the history is completely plain. It's this thing happened, and this thing happened, and this thing happened, etc., etc. The drawback of this is that you are actually rewriting history. This list of commits that I see here is not what actually happened. This is what we would love it to be happened, but it didn't. So some people don't like the fact that Rebase rewrites history. Some people instead really like it, and it's just a matter of philosophy principle mainly. So that's it. The last thing that we need to do with the Git Rebase is that master is now behind, and if we want to continue working on master, we need to do another rebase because, well, we need to switch on master. So now we are here, which is the commit before new feature. And what we want to do is to say that this last commit is our new master, is the new main branch. So we can continue working from here on. And this is as easy as doing another rebase, but this time not from new feature to master, but from master to new feature. And this is just going to do the so-called fast forward. It's just moving the master label to the new feature label. Let's see. Successfully rebased, and if I do the log, I will see that now my head is currently pointing on master, but it's pointing also to the same exact commit where new feature was, and now I can continue working. So rebase, as you can see, is a little more complicated. It rewrites history, but the graph that I see here is not a convoluted branch. It's just one huge line, one long line that goes forward in time, which is usually more manageable. Okay, let's remove this and let's not talk about Git anymore for today, hopefully. Unless you have something to say, to ask, feel free. I'm here for you guys. Really, don't worry. As for HTML, CSS, we did a lot of lessons. We did lesson 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. So 5 lessons on HTML and CSS. And I appreciated the fact that you enjoyed them. I really thought that they would get boring because HTML and CSS are really easy as languages. The syntax is not that hard to understand. The problem is that you need to know almost by heart most of the rules and the tags that you have to use. And well, sometimes CSS can be tricky because you want to achieve a result and the result that you achieve is completely different because you have to combine one rule with another one. It's actually sometimes pretty tricky. And that's why you need to practice a lot with HTML and CSS, and that's why we are here. So with HTML, for example, practice time says, read the reference material and do the activities at the bottom of each page. Then if you want, you can build your CV as an HTML document, which some of you did. In fact, there's a beautiful CV created by Tiago. I'm gonna show it again. Nope. He probably either removed it or moved it on another URL. Let's see. Oh, of course, yeah, he created this beta naming, Tiago Machado curriculum.netlify.app. So this is a curriculum created by Tiago. At first it was all black on white because we started just doing HTML, but then he discovered a little bit of CSS, and now you can see some things are going really better. For example, these 2 sections here are one next to the other because Tiago used Flexbox. He uses this CSS framework, which is now part of the language, of the CSS language, in order to easily put things one side to aside to the other. And then he also created things that I didn't even explain. For example, this vertical text. How did he do this? Writing mode vertical RL. Apparently, this is creating this vertical mode. And also text orientation upright, because by default, otherwise, it will be slanted on one side. I didn't even know about these rules, but Tiago found these rules and he successfully applied these rules. Because once you understand the basic concepts here, and once you know how to find things online, well, it's just a matter of Googling, then you're good to go. You don't need to do anything else. Maybe you can get inspiration from other websites. You can say, oh, I love how this website, how this website creates this hover effect on the button. How do they achieve this? Well, you open the developer tools, which is F12 in my case, but it could be Command-Shift-I if you've got a Mac, or you can just right-click and do Inspect, which is exactly the same. And you've got the Chrome or whatever browser you're using, developer tools. This thing is really, really powerful because it allows you to inspect every web page out there and hack on it, see how it works, how it was implemented, and maybe also borrow the concepts for your own websites. So, for example, this what button is a button that has a flex of 1, margin. Yeah, it has some margin. It has some border, a blue border. It has some padding, so the text is not attached to the border. It has a text transform of uppercase, otherwise it would show like this. Blah, blah, blah. Justify content on the center. Align items to the center, so the text is exactly centered inside of the button, which is probably not really that useful. But how do you do this hover effect? As you can see, when I hover on this button, the button glows a little bit more, right? So how do I do this? Well, we can use a pseudo class modifier. If you go here into the :hov, you can trigger forcefully the event of hovering on the button, or the fact that the button is the active button, or it's focused, etc., etc. If I click on hover, you see that the button now automatically glows, even if I don't manually hover on this button. And what did happen here is that there's another rule that uses a pseudo selector, :hover, which adds a filter. The filter is brightness 125%. So apparently, the web developer here decided that when you hover on a button, the button will increase its brightness by 125%. Clever developer, which actually was me. Okay? So this is what I did. And how did I achieve this result? Well, I didn't come up with this by myself. I probably copied from somewhere else. Definitely. I think I really copied from someone else. As I showed you in lesson, in fact, there are many things that I really copied. For example, this card here. Well, the cards, I just copied from somewhere. I said card shadows CSS. I found this code pen. This code pen shows you some cards. Some of them have a deeper shadow. Some of them have a shallower shadow. And this card in particular, when I hover on it, it increases the shadow. How did they do that? Well, I can read the HTML, how they did it. I can read the CSS. I can say, ooh, I like this. I copy it and I paste it in my code base, which is exactly what I did. As you can see, card 1, card, this is pretty much exactly the same things that you saw on CodePen. So I just copied it. I didn't have to reinvent the wheel, as we say in software engineering. We never want to reinvent the wheel. If there's something already available, then let's borrow it. Don't need to redo everything from scratch. So this is what you can do with HTML and CSS. And we already done multiple exercises together, But a couple of things that we can do together is to do the exercises on FreeCodeCamp. I want to remember, to recall that FreeCodeCamp is a website that gives you online interactive tutorials on HTML and CSS and JavaScript and other things completely for free. So feel free to go there and do the exercises. In fact, if you do all of the exercises and even there's also an assignment that you can do by yourself, and then you can upload the assignment and someone will verify the assignment for you and you can get a certification. I don't know how important this certification is, but still, it's a certification. So if you want certifications for the work that you are doing, this could be a good thing. I can also issue a certification, maybe also digitally signed, but for this, I need to see your work. I cannot just see that you are watching. So if you want to have an Inglorious certification, feel free to apply. Feel free to watch the streams, code along with me, follow us on Slack, maybe share your work. This way I can really assess your skills, your improvements. Maybe you can also do a little bit of chatting. So if we interact, if I get to know you, if I am sure that you are doing a great job till the end, I can also issue a certificate, an Inglorious certificate. I don't know how much is worth right now, but maybe one day it could be worth it. I plan to do this academy this year and also in the following years. So maybe this thing will grow. It depends a lot, not much on me, but on you guys. How much importance you give to this academy and how much you're willing to spread the word. Just checking if you're reading the comments on Twitch. Thanks a lot, Tiago. No, I'm not reading the comments on Twitch. In fact, I'm reading the comments on Twitch here, but it's completely empty. Instead, here, good morning, hello, 644, and hello, thanks Ranit, I'm sorry, I missed completely your comments. On your left, maybe under your picture, I already made changes in small screens, but I have a doubt. Thanks a lot, Tiago, for this feedback that you gave me. I really thought that nobody was chatting because the stream manager on my phone decided to not show me any message at all. So it's so nice to see you guys here. Thanks a lot for sticking with me on the 26th of December. That's awesome. So in fact, I see some viewers, but I didn't expect you guys to be here. That's awesome. So I was talking about Tiago. Now I can say I'm talking about you, Tiago. Okay, so we can do some exercises on FreeCodeCamp if you haven't done them already. There's a responsive web design certification, which actually I already did almost, except for the web design project. This is the part that I think you have to do by yourself, and then you have to upload it and someone will see the results of your work. While these are just interactive HTML pages. Even though I love these exercises because they are teaching very well the subject in an interactive way, the problem is that they never show you how to create a file on the file system and use it on Visual Studio Code, on any other editor, and they don't show you how to deploy your website online. So they're still probably too theoretical. But still, yeah, we can do this. Most of them could be really too easy for you guys now because we already went so far. But still, we can have a look at how to approach these exercises. Well, the first thing to do when you approach exercises or documentation in general is to read. I know it can be daunting for some of you, but you have to read and read carefully because everything that they say is probably really useful. And sometimes they even make it fun to read, a fun read, so why not? So, Introduction to Basic HTML in HTML5. I'm going to read it with you. This is what you are supposed to do. HTML, or Hypertext Markup Language, is a markup language used to describe the structure of a web page. It uses a special syntax or notation to organize and give information about the page to the browser. Elements usually have opening and closing tags that surround and give meaning to content. For example, there are different tag options to place around text to show whether it is a heading, a paragraph, or a list. For example, this is a heading level 1, H1, which opens a tag and closes a tag. And this is an HTML element, a heading. This is a paragraph, P, a paragraph of text, some information we would like to communicate to the viewer, blah, 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 blah. As you can see, it's very, very long. And this is an ordered list, OL, ordered list. I'm going to check again the chat in here to see if you're chatting. Thanks a lot, Tiago, for this feedback. You see, I would have not seen any chat message if you didn't tell me on Slack. So this is an ordered list, and the ordered list contains some list items. And this is it. And this code here, if you save it in an HTML file and you open this HTML file on a browser, becomes this. You have a top-level heading, which is big and bold, a paragraph of text, which actually is going on a new line to fit the available space, and then we've got an ordered list, which automatically adds these numbers to the list. The hypertext part of HTML comes from the early days of the web and its original use case. Pages usually contained static documents that contained references to other documents. You remember the hypertext links, the hypertext anchors. These references contained hypertext links, used by the browser to navigate to the reference document, so the user could read the reference document without having to manually search for it. As web pages and web applications grow more complex, the W3 consortium updates the HTML specification to ensure that a web page can be shown reliably on any browser. The latest version of HTML is HTML5, and I'm not sure that we will ever have an HTML6. In fact, at a certain point, some technologies decided to stop at a certain number and from there continue working on improvements and new features gradually without ever changing version number. For example, Microsoft Windows is now at version 10. They completely skipped version 9 for technical reasons. And version 10 is supposed to be the last version of Windows. You will still have updates and upgrades, but still, Windows will still be 10. It will never be a Windows 11. And this happens with lots of other technologies. Probably also HTML5. We will never see an HTML6. We'll just see improvements to HTML5. And the same goes with CSS. We have CSS 3, and we'll probably not have CSS 4. Probably. I don't know. It's just a numbering system, actually. This section introduces how to use the HTML elements to give structure and meaning to your web content. So we can go to the first lesson, and this is how it works. We've got some documentation on the left, which is really interesting. We've got some code that we can write in here. We've got the effect of our code in here on the right. And here below, there's some tests being performed that, now I can see. Really, that's interesting about Windows 10. Yeah, I don't want to say, I don't want to have spread some bullshit, but let's see. Is Windows 10 the last version? Let's see. Windows 10 was famously called the last version of Windows by Microsoft developer evangelist Jerry Nixon. A better way to think of it may be as the forever version of Windows. The idea... Oh, sorry, No! I'm messing up with the... Okay, the idea with Windows 10 is it is constantly updated, so versions go out of support every 18 months, but keeping current with the updates will push those support dates back indefinitely. Migrations for the most part will be due to hardware refresh cycles, not Microsoft support deadlines, etc, etc. So yeah, apparently, supposedly, Windows 10 will be the last version of Windows. And unlike many other operating systems, for example, I've got Ubuntu here, and Ubuntu has a different version name every 6 months, which is actually pretty boring. In fact, I love rolling releases, which are these releases that just do updates under the hood and never change version. It's a smoother experience for the user. Thank you, Drazel Laker, for interacting. So let's go back to HTML and HTML5. I'm not going to do every single exercise on FreeCodeCamp, but I want you guys to understand how to approach these exercises and do them by yourselves, or if you really need some more help, some more guidance, I'm still available for you. In fact, I was planning to do some Wednesday practice sessions in the late afternoon in 2021. So I will go forward with the program on Saturdays, and maybe in Wednesdays, instead of being silly and making a fool out of myself with my guitar, I will probably do practice sessions which are a little more useful. So basic HTML and HTML5, say hello to HTML elements. Welcome to the FreeCodeCamp's HTML coding challenges. These will walk you through web development step by step. One really important thing that I do when I approach every document is to try to sound as interesting as possible. If I do, welcome to FreeCodeCamp's HTML coding challenges, I will never go past the first paragraph. Instead, if I try to read it out loud with excitement, probably I will trick my brain to be excited as well. First, you'll start by building a simple web page using HTML. You can edit code in your code editor, which is embedded into this web page. Do you see the code in your code editor that says h1 hello close h1? That's an HTML element, and we already know this already, of course. Most HTML elements have an opening tag and a closing tag. Most, but not all of them. In fact, I already showed you that some HTML elements do not have a closing tag. They open and close on the same tag, right? Opening tags look like this, h1. Closing tags look like this, /h1. Always in between minus, then less than or and greater than symbols. The only difference between opening and closing tags is the / after the opening bracket of a closing tag. Of course. Each challenge has tests you can run at any time by clicking the Run Tests button here below. When you pass all tests, you'll be prompted to submit your solution and go to the next coding challenge. To pass the test on this challenge, change your h1 elements text to say Hello World. Hello World with a capital W. So, first thing, read carefully everything that the documentation says. Second thing, write carefully everything that the documentation tells you to do. In fact, this is not a big issue, but they say hello world with a capital W. I don't know if this test takes into account the fact that the W should be capital. I'm on purpose doing the wrong thing. And if I run the test, you will see that they don't care about capitalization. So this test was case insensitive. But most of the times, tests are case sensitive. And as soon as we start doing JavaScript, you will see that JavaScript is really case sensitive. There's a huge difference between writing one character and writing a slightly different character. So it's really important to be as precise as possible. Not in this case. Here they are more resilient, more error fault tolerant. Submit and go to the next challenge. Yes. So let's go. Over the next few lessons, we'll build an HTML cat photo web app piece by piece, which is something that I would never come up with. So thanks FreeCodeCamp. The H2 element you will be adding in this step will add a level 2 heading to the web page. This element tells the browser about the structure of your website. H1 elements are often used for main headings, while H2 elements are generally used for subheadings. There are also H3, H4, H5, and H6 elements to indicate different levels of subheadings. Add an H2 tag that says cat photo app to create a second HTML element below your hello world H1 element. So I know how to do this thing. If I went too fast, let's just reread it slowly. We have to add an H2 tag that says cat photo app to create a second HTML element. But where? I should place it below your hello world h1 element. So let's locate the h1 hello world element. This is it. I have to place something below it. So I'm gonna go on line 2. And here I have to write an h2 tag. So I know how to write an h2 tag. Less than symbol, h2, close the tag with the greater than symbol, but this is just the opening tag. Then there's the closing tag, which I can type like this. It's really similar to the opening tag, but it has a slash here before the name of the tag. And in between these two tags, I can write exactly what it says, cat photo app. This is called usually Pascal case or camel case with initial capital letter, which means that there are 3 words here, but the 3 words are all in one word, and the only way I can tell these are 3 different words is the capital letters as separators. So, cat, photo, app. Is this exactly what it says? I had to add an h2 tag that says cat photo app to create a second HTML element below your hello world h1 element. Yep. So, sometimes it is difficult to understand what they ask and how to implement this. You just need to read it carefully, maybe try to, split this huge sentence into multiple sub-sentences, and maybe even change their order. Maybe you can start from the bottom instead of the top. You have to put an HTML element below the hello world h1 element. So below h1, I have to put something. What should I do? What is this something? It's a cat photo app text. Okay, but this cat photo app text should be inside of an h2 tag. And this is exactly what we've done. Oops. Okay, so I run the tests and it says, yay, I've done it. It seems trivial right now probably to some of you, but you will see that as soon as we start with JavaScript, it's really, really important to read carefully and write carefully. Otherwise, you will not be able to do the exercises. And it's really, really important that you start right away to do this kind of practice. Let's try again. P elements are the preferred element for paragraph text on websites. P is short for paragraph. You can create a paragraph element like this. You do some text inside of the opening and closing P tag. Create a P element below your H2 element and give it the text hello paragraph. As always, if this is too much information at the same time, you can split it into multiple bits of information. This is a big problem. You can split it into multiple sub-problems. So the first problem is to create a P element below the H2 element. Then there's a comma. So this is already a piece of the problem, and we can solve this. We go below the H2, we create the P with an open and close tag. And then we give it the text hello paragraph, and the text of the paragraph should be inside of here. What should I say? Hello paragraph. Okay, something like that. Note, as a convention, all HTML tags are written in lowercase. For example, pp and note pp. So in HTML, we can use capital letters, even a different. We already saw in lesson that we can make a capital P as opening tag and a lowercase p as closing tag. But, well, it's not that good looking. And even though the web browser is resilient to this kind of mistakes, it's much, much better to have everything in lowercase. Well, actually, it's not a mistake because HTML was designed to be case insensitive, but all other languages are case sensitive. So it's better to get accustomed to be as precise as possible. Run the tests and everything is good. And we go to the next challenge. So this is a good important thing. It's not a paywall. You can still enjoy Free Code Camp for free, but they ask you if you really enjoy this website and you really want to contribute, you can make a donation. They ask for $5 a month via PayPal or via card number. And I think this is a cool thing. I mean, they give everything to you for free. But still, if you want to give back because you're really thankful, you are able to donate. I must confess, I never donated to Free Code Camp. And I think that €5 a month is maybe even too much. But for example, I donate to Wikipedia. Every year I do a small donation to Wikipedia because, well, Wikipedia saved my butt multiple times in my life. And it's still nowadays a valid source of information that I use almost daily. And since Wikipedia usually suffers a lot and risks shutting down, I love donating a small amount to Wikipedia. I love this kind of thing because it's not capitalism, it's gift economy. It's not even communism, it's gift economy. So you give something without expecting anything in return. But of course, if you get something in return, that's more than welcome. Some gift economies actually work out there. You probably cannot do this on a global scale, but still, there are some working gift economies out there. And all the science and technology environment is actually based on gift economy. You write code and you make it open source so people can benefit from your code for free, and maybe they can contribute to your work. And if you do a discovery, a scientific discovery, you gift it to the world and everybody can add to this discovery because it's all part of the treasure of our society. It's not something that you want to sell. Like seat belts, for example, the guy who invented seat belts, the seat belts that we use nowadays in cars, he didn't want to patent those seat belts. He wanted to give the patent for free because he cared more about people's security rather than profit, which is something that I really love. Okay, so this is how you approach Free Code Camp. You just read carefully, try to understand exactly what they say, and then you run the test and you go again and again and again. So let's try another kind of exercise. Because in the crash course, I pointed you to this other website that is completely free, which is CodeMakery, made by a Swiss guy that created a very nice tutorial about HTML, CSS, publishing on Netlify, and even some more advanced concepts such as using the CSS framework Bootstrap, which is the last thing that we covered during the last session. So here again, we have to write everything carefully because it's fun usually, and because otherwise, hello, Living Legend, Club Spinach. Living Legend is way too much if you're referring to me. Well, better being a living legend than a dead legend. So yeah, HTML and CSS tutorial. In this tutorial, you will learn the basics of HTML and CSS to create your own web projects. Instead of working through rather boring theory, we will immediately start with a project. Yay! Which is exactly what we've done in lesson number 1, probably. The theory will be explained as soon as it is necessary for our project. This way, you will quickly gain a solid foundation for web development. In various places, I will provide links to other resources that dig deeper into specific subjects. Thank you. This is Marco Jacob, I think. And this Swiss guy is really good. Yeah, Marco Jacob. I get to know him, not in person, but virtually, and he is a very cool guy. So the project we'll build is a personal web portfolio. The portfolio contains a start page, a blog, a page to show off your future web projects, and a contact page, which is actually pretty similar to my own website, which I organized into why I do everything that I do, who am I and what I do, the projects that I work on, how I work on these projects, because in my opinion, how you do things is much more important than what you're doing. When I do things for companies, etc., where I'm based, how much do I cost? Well, for the Inglorious Academy, the answer is completely zero. But other projects that I do are actually for wealthy clients that pay me for what I do. And there's also a section in which I allow you to play around with my logo, and you can build your own logo. For example, Club Spinach. Let's do a C as in club and an S as in spinach. And then you can put both eyes if you want. Yay! Or you can reverse the S if you prefer it like this. So you can play around with Icy, this logo that I created, and this logo is created all in HTML, CSS, a little bit of SVG, which is something that I never explained before, but it's very similar to HTML. It's other tags such as the tag SVG or the circle, the group, the path, etc., etc. And you can draw beautiful vectorial drawings with SVG. And of course, yeah, there is some JavaScript that allows me to animate and follow, to follow the mouse. And it should work also on mobile. That's a cool logo. Thanks a lot. I designed it by myself. It's a very nerdy logo. It was really, really fun to design it and to implement it. And maybe one day you will be able to do this, the same thing too. If you, I don't know if you are already an expert. That's a cool logo generator. Yeah, thanks a lot. I would love to add some new features such as maybe the kind of screenshot maker, something that allows you to create a PNG that you can use somewhere else. And I would also love to do some, Facebook filters. You know, the Facebook filters in which you have the Santa Claus hat or eyeglasses. Well, I could try to make a mask, an Inglorious mask in front of you. It shouldn't be that hard. But I found out that Facebook allows you to do this on an editor that only works on Windows, and I'm on Linux. But one day I will do it. Or maybe one day you guys will help me do it. Okay, so let's go back. So as you can see, that was my portfolio. Oh, and another thing that I didn't show you is that I also have my blog. I have my blog, which has some posts that I created. During the last quarantine, I wanted to study a little bit of quantum computing. So one of the last article that you can see here is actually some Python code, some maths, and also some diagrams related to quantum computing. This is an article that I also presented to IBM, which is one of the big players in quantum computing, and they approved it. They really liked this article. $5 for every logo. No, I would never be able to design logo for other people. I'm not that good as a designer. I'm more of an engineer, and I'm not gonna make people pay for this kind of work. So let's create this portfolio. The basic concept of this tutorial is to get you started with web programming and help you learn how to find further relevant information on your own, which is really, really important. You have to learn to learn. You will then be able to tackle web projects of increased complexity. And of course, all of this course is about HTML and CSS, which is not what will allow you to become a web developer. You also need JavaScript. JavaScript is really, really important, and it's the real programming language. And we haven't covered JavaScript so far, just the first bit, which is about variables. In 2021, starting from the 9th of January, we will only do JavaScript. We'll completely get rid of HTML and CSS for a long time, but still try not to forget all about it. And maybe towards the end, we will mix them up together again in order to create a visually appealing web application. But still, all the things that we did with HTML and CSS had multiple purposes. The first purpose is to put you in the proper mindset with a low low learning curve. So you don't need to wrap your head around complex things. And HTML and CSS are still useful nowadays to create web applications, and everything that I'm showing you right now is a web application. These slides are a web application made with HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. This editor, the same editor that we are using, is made with HTML, CSS. The chat that I'm using here is made with HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. Slack is made with okay, you got the gist. Almost everything nowadays is made with HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. So it's really important to learn these two languages, not only JavaScript. And there was another thing that I wanted to tell you, which is... Oh, yeah, and of course, the last thing that I said... a couple of lessons ago, I said something that was a bit controversial. I said that with HTML and CSS, you can already find some job. Not a job as a web developer, as a web programmer, of course, because with just HTML and CSS, you cannot be a web programmer. But there are some works, some remote jobs that you can find, for example, on Fiverr or on Upwork that only pertain HTML and CSS. So if you want to do a couple of bucks, you see, this guy is already proposing this. I will edit HTML and CSS on your web page, starting at €8.61. So you see, he's going to probably get some money, and he also got some ratings. Kleb Spinach says, I mean, $5 for every logo generated from your logo maker. By the way, what are you teaching today? Yeah, right, Kleb Spinach. This is the Inglorious Academy Christmas special, which means that I'm not giving for granted that you are sticking, all of you students are sticking with me. I don't want to go forward with the program, so I'm going a step back and rehearsing and practicing on the things that we already saw in order to consolidate better the topics and help those of you who are in need to understand how to approach the contents and how to study them and how to revision class. Yeah, thanks a lot. Sometimes I need some help with my English. So thanks a lot. This is a revision class. So as you can see, there are people who are proposing work as HTML and CSS developers, or you can also find some, I don't know nothing about Fiverr, but as you can see, there's people who are already making money with HTML, CSS, and Bootstrap. And that's it. So that's why I'm already teaching you HTML and CSS. If you want to make quick bucks, you can already. So what are HTML and CSS? HTML, Hypertext Markup Language, is responsible for the structure of a web page. For example, you can define headings, paragraph, text, and images in HTML. CSS, Cascading Style Sheets, is responsible for the style and layout of a web page. You can define styles such as colors, fonts, margins, and you can even create simple animations in CSS. In fact, the animations that you saw on my logo are made with CSS. Both language, and the cool thing about CSS is probably you don't know this, but CSS is actually working with the hardware. So they really improve the performance of CSS, and you are using your graphics card in order to do these smooth animations, which is kind of cool. Usually those animations were done in software and they were much slower. Both languages, HTML and CSS, are independent and should be saved in separate files. A file.html and a file.css. Remember, HTML provides the content while CSS defines the styling of the content. I know I'm repeating myself, but it's a good thing to read multiple sources and see if they say exactly the same thing or if there are any differences. So I'm doing some sort of a critical reading in which I read everything and I try to comment and to give some more information about what I'm reading right now. Website or web application, what's the difference? You can create very complex websites with just HTML and CSS, but those websites will be static, which means visitors can view the pages but don't have a way to interact with them except by clicking on links, and this is exactly what we've done so far. To program dynamic websites that are interactive, we will need an additional language like JavaScript or, well, Dart. I wouldn't say Dart. But yeah, you can also use other languages other than JavaScript. But let's stick with JavaScript for now. With those languages, you can develop entire web applications where visitors can do calculations, play a game, or use a chat, for example. And this is exactly what we have. For example, this chat application is made with HTML, CSS, but there's also JavaScript. Look how many users are there. There's so many users. There are more than the active viewers that I see here, probably because they don't have an account. Still, hi! Thanks for sticking with me. Okay, so we already... Once you have completed this HTML and CSS tutorial, you can start learning Dart or maybe better, JavaScript. If you want, you can soon build your own dynamic web application. So, as you can understand, the thing that I don't really like about this section is that they are already speaking about the Dart language. I think this can be a little bit confusing. So let's Just stick with HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. During my last lesson, I already mentioned that some people don't like to program in HTML, CSS, or JavaScript because they see some limitations. But still, if you want to program for the browser or with web technologies, you are forced to use HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. That's why there's people who invented languages that are different from HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, but those languages can be compiled, or even better, transpiled into HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. Dart is one of those languages. You program in a language called Dart, but then there's a compiler or a transpiler that translates that Dart language into JavaScript so it can be processed by the browser. And the same goes with CSS. Some people don't want to use CSS. Some people want to have more features that are not yet available on CSS, so they program in a language called Sass. And when you program in Sass, there's a transpiler that will turn your Sass code into CSS, so the browser will be able to parse it. So you're not limited to HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, and maybe one day you will completely not be unlimited, because the browser maybe one day will be able to support any kind of language: Python, Ruby, Java, C#, Go, I don't know how many, Rust, etc., etc. But today we're still bound to HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, and still these three languages are awesome languages, and once you understand those three languages, you will be able to easily learn any other kind of language. So don't worry, I will always teach you these languages with some reference to what is outside of JavaScript. Mobile. Today, a large portion of websites access is done through mobile devices. Yep, like smartphones or tablets. Therefore, it is essential that our website looks great on small displays. Sometimes I put some extra S's, I'm sorry. We will certainly take care of this during this tutorial. Even in subsequent tutorials where we'll develop interactive web applications, we will make sure they run well on mobile devices. So, mobile first. Club Spinach says, don't you think creating apps with Dart will load slowly, as it will take some time to compile compared to just building using HTML, CSS, and JavaScript? This is a really good question. Thanks, Club Spinach. So it depends on what you mean by slow and where you mean by slow. Compiling is a process of translating the code, but usually compiling means that you have some text in a file and the compiler creates another file with the translated text. It's like translating a book. You've got a book in Italian, you want to translate it in English, so you do this compilation once and then you distribute the English version of the book everywhere. So the compilation happened only once. Maybe it was also a slow process, but at the end of this process, the book is translated and you don't need to do anything else other than just distribute it, or in our case, run the code, the compiled code. So in our case, if you're programming in Dart, then you press the compile button, Dart will be translated into JavaScript, and then on the browser, you will only deal with the compiled JavaScript. So there's no compilation at runtime. There's just a translation at compile time. But there's a difference between compiling and interpreting. The compiler translates some text into some other text once. The interpreter instead reads the code and tries to run it almost line by line. JavaScript is an interpreted language, so it means that the things that you are writing are automatically in real time read by your browser and executed. And this makes interpreted language such as JavaScript actually slower than compiled languages. But here's where some clever engineers, especially from Google, created this V8 engine, which now almost every browser uses nowadays, which do some sort of a mixture between interpreting and compiling. In fact, the V8 engine that we are currently using on our browsers is interpreting the JavaScript, but as soon as it finds some recurring pieces of code that are used more than once, then the interpreter stores that piece of code in some bits of memory, so they will be used in a more performant way. So this is some sort of just-in-time compiler. It's an interpreter mixed with a compiler. So JavaScript is now actually pretty performant. It's performant enough. It's not performant for creating complex video games, but it's performant enough for pretty much every application that we need nowadays. And if we need more performance, we can still mix some languages together. For example, Visual Studio Code has this whole interface made with JavaScript, but under the hood, since an editor is a really complex thing, they created a core in probably C++, I think. But still, the front end that you see is an interpreted language such as JavaScript. Oh, I thought the compilation is going to happen in browser every time browser loads that up. Oh, okay, no. The compilation is usually done it is triggered by the developer, and it's done just once. Every time you change the code, then you want to compile it, then you ship the compiled code on the runtime platform, which in our case is the browser, and then the browser will just run the compiled application every time. So let's go start your journey with part 1, your first website. Thanks a lot for these questions and this kind of interaction. I think this is really, really important, and it's also fun. It makes I love giving you some trivias. Code Makery, learning how to code. Okay, so part 1, your first website. Let's dive right in and create our first web page. Our tools. For web development, you need 2 programs, an editor to create the files for the website, and a browser, for example, Edge, Firefox, Safari, or Chrome, or whatever you want, to view and test your website. Editor. For creating web pages, a normal text editor would be sufficient, but there are editors that greatly simplify your work as a programmer. Therefore, I recommend that you use a modern code editor, and I completely agree with that. In fact, I asked you to install Visual Studio Code or any editor of the kind. You can use Atom, you can use Brackets, you can use Sublime Text. Just use a more modern editor, not just Notepad. Do you think it's possible to create a very complicated app like Photoshop/Unity for browser, says Club Spinach? Yes, it is. In fact, there's people who already did it. So if you want to see a Photoshop alternative online, you will find Pixlr. Photo editor, new generation Pixlr. Pixlr, the world's favorite #1 online photo editor, lets you edit photos right in your browser for free. Experience next level intuitive photo editing with AI-powered tools for quick yet professional edits. Our editor opens almost any image format such as PSD, Photoshop, PXD, JPEG, PNG, transparency, WebP, SVG, and more. So yeah, you've got a free Photoshop that you can use online, which is called Pixlr. Of course, it's not exactly the same as Photoshop. Photoshop has been there for quite a while. It's being developed by very clever engineers that every day create new awesome features, and maybe all these copies are a little bit behind of the main program. But still, there are some very, very good applications that just run on JavaScript. So yes, you can use Photoshop. And this text here says that they even use AI-powered tools. So can you build AI with JavaScript? Yes, you can, but probably what they are doing is whenever they need to do some complex calculation, probably they will instead, from the JavaScript side, perform a request to some server that does the calculations and returns the results of that request. Probably, I don't know. But this is usually what happens. Wow, browser can do almost everything then that native app can do. Yeah, pretty much. Still, we've got a problem with sometimes with performance. JavaScript is still not as performant as native C, Java, or for Android, or Swift for iOS. I'm actually a fan of JavaScript on mobile. I would prefer to write mobile applications in JavaScript. But still, web technologies are not completely, are not perfect yet, and they are not suitable nowadays for mobile development. Not for some mobile development, yes, but not for everything. For example, last time I showed what web can do today, which is a website that inspects what your browser is currently able to do. And for example, if you need to access a Bluetooth device or do some NFC communication, so for example, online payments with the smart, how's it called? The chip on your phone. Well, my browser, for example, is currently not able to access Bluetooth or NFC. So a web application alone by itself will not be able to use these features. So if you want to create a mobile app that uses these features, you have to use something else. You can still use a web application with some strange plugins that I'm going to tell you maybe later in this academy. But still, many people still prefer to write native applications or native games rather than JavaScript games or JavaScript applications, because they understood that, JavaScript is not good enough for these kinds of purposes. But for many purposes, JavaScript is pretty good. Some people are still thinking that JavaScript is not good for servers, for example. But JavaScript is actually much more performant than some servers that developers usually use. So yeah, you can do lots of different things with JavaScript. I do almost everything with JavaScript. In 2012, I hated JavaScript, but I saw some hype going on and I was curious. So I read some books and I wanted to understand why that hype about JavaScript, why is it so good? And then I found out and I loved JavaScript. And nowadays I invested almost all of my career in JavaScript. And I do every single of my applications in JavaScript. The only other language I barely tolerate is Python because I have to use it for quantum computing. And sometimes I still teach Java, which is not JavaScript, in my courses. But just because they asked me to teach Java, but if I could, I would never teach Java anymore. Oh, I hope web apps will get stronger and more performance friendly in future, so there will be no reason left to create native apps. I really hoped that too, but there are lots of different trends going on. For example, there's a technology called WASM, WebAssembly. And this technology allows you to execute programs written in a language called WebAssembly, which is the web version of assembly. Assembly is probably the lowest level language that we can have on the computer. It's a language that is really, really similar to how machines speak. So it's completely rubbish if you try to read it. But with assembly, we created higher level languages such as C, C++, C#, Java, and everything that you see nowadays was created with WebAssembly. So being able to execute assembly code on your browser means that on your browser you can start recreating all the technology stack that you already have. With WebAssembly, you can start running C programs on your browser, or Python programs, or C# programs, and this will probably generate some new confusion. I really hope that JavaScript would be the language, the ubiquitous language that was the common ground for every developer, but it will never be like this. There's people loving JavaScript, there's people hating JavaScript. Human beings are very emotional. I don't never see any human being that says, okay, yeah, this is a useful language for some purposes. They always say, no, JavaScript is bad, it's not secure, it's not performant, which is not true at all. But this will probably lead people to try to run their favorite language on the browser. So no, probably JavaScript will not be the unique language that I was hoping for. Anyway, let's go back to the tutorial. My current favorite among the many editor, well, at least for Marco, is Visual Studio Code, which is a free editor made by Microsoft, which recently embraced open source a lot. You may use an editor of your choice, but I will occasionally refer to some functions of Visual Studio Code. Good alternatives are Atom, made by GitHub, or Brackets, made by Adobe, if I remember correctly, the same company that creates Adobe Photoshop, of course, and the Acrobat Reader, etc. Go ahead and install any editor. If you do not know which one, you should use Visual Studio Code for now. And this is something that we already done. For those of you who never saw any of my lessons, if there are any, there is an extension that you can add to Visual Studio Code. It's called Live Server. And we added this extension because it allows us to see our code in action, and every time we save a file, we will see the changes applied on the browser. So it was, where is it? Live Server. You go to the section called Extensions, you add Live Server, you install it, and you're good to go. Now, whenever you want to see something, you can just right-click on your HTML5 or whatever, you do Open with Live Server, and it will open the browser window with a live server in the background. This tutorial shows you how to install the live server, so you can do this by yourselves. As a browser, you can use any browser you want. In a recent edition of a similar course, I tried making the students use Chromium, which is the completely open source alternative to Chrome. It's exactly the browser on top of which Chrome is built. But then I found some issues with Chromium, so in the end we just used Chrome. But you can use whatever you want, actually. If you want to create an HTML document, you already know how to do this. So do we have Crash Course? Yeah, here it is. So Crash Course, you just right click on any folder, you create a new file. This is my portfolio.html. The name must be .html, nothing more than that. And here's an HTML file on which we can write things. But as you can see, they are asking me to create a file named exactly index.html, all lowercase. And I don't want to create something different from what they say. I want to follow instructions exactly as they are saying. So I'm gonna do something like Christmas special. This is the folder, not here. I want to put it in Inglorious portfolio. Okay, this is my Christmas special. And now I'm going to do exactly what they say, index.html. So from here, I'm going to follow exactly what they are saying in this tutorial. But now it's 12:01 my time, 11:01 UTC. So we're gonna have a coffee break. You know what? I think I want to do things a little more quickly. So usually we have a 15 minutes coffee break. For my taste, particularly, it's a little too much. Probably for you, it's good because 15 minutes gives you the time to cool down. But 4 hours is really a short amount of time to explain things. So if you're okay with that, I will start in 5 minutes instead of 15. If you're not okay, we can start in 10 minutes or in 15. Just tell me. You know what? I'm going to tune back in 5 minutes. And if you're already there, we can continue. Otherwise, you can say, no, please, I'm still sipping my coffee. Give me some more time. Okay? So now it's 12:02 and I will log back in at 12:07 and you tell me if you want to continue right away or wait some more. Okay? So see you later. Coffee break. 5 minutes later. And I got it wrong. As Club Spinach rightfully says, it's 5 minutes, not 15. I was experimenting in doing a short coffee break, a short bathroom break of just 5 minutes instead of 15. So I cannot use this coffee break scene anymore. I should probably use the a few moments later. Or maybe I should find just another screen that says 5 minutes later. So, I hope that 5 minutes is enough for you. If it's not enough, just tell me. There's no problem. I can adapt to your needs. I need a little break every 2 hours because, well, I need to catch up my breath. And also, English is such a tongue twister sometimes that I start not speaking properly at a certain point. It's okay for Sao. Awesome. Well, especially during these rehearsals in which I'm not actually explaining anything new. But maybe with JavaScript you will suffer a bit more. So you will tell me in 2021, if you're still there, if 5 minutes will be enough for you or if you will need a little more. And that's totally fine. I can even skip the coffee break, actually. He's back! Yeah, I'm here. Okay, so let's go. As you can see, I'm doing some experiments today. There's just 1 minute before starting the lesson at 9 a.m., then 5 minutes break, and I'm trying new things. And if they work, I will continue them or I'll scrape them. So we were doing this HTML CSS tutorial and I just created the index HTML. What I'm doing right now is not just showing you everything that we've done so far in the last 10 lessons because this is completely useless. I'm showing you with the excuse of following this tutorial what is the right approach with which to study and to apply your knowledge. So, of course, I'm reading everything carefully, I'm trying to do exactly what they say, and I'm trying to be as precise as possible. So, some of my students, when they try to do these tutorials by themselves, they do a little bit of mess ups. Maybe they call this file index with the I, with a capital I, or they call it portfolio for some reasons because, well, they think that they are doing a portfolio, so it should be right to call it portfolio.html. Well, it's not wrong. It is not wrong to call this file portfolio.html. But since the tutorial is naming it index.html and will probably refer to this file name later on, it is much better right now to follow directions exactly. I don't want you guys to become stupid robots that blindly follow instructions and don't understand the meaning of what they are doing. But still, especially at the early stage of your learning, it is really, really important that you are as accurate as possible. In fact, we also did some exercises between lesson 0 and lesson 1 on how to be as accurate as possible. And then once you are comfortable with all these things, you can start being a little more creative, even a little more messy. But for now, let's stick with the plan. Why index.html? This is a question that arose during the lessons. Well, CodeMakery tells you that you could probably assume that the name index.html doesn't have a special meaning. If a website address is called, for example, https://codemakery.ch, the index.html file is automatically displayed first, which in this case is https://codemakery.ch/index.html. So for us, our first index.html will become our home page. What it says here is roughly what I already told you during lesson, that index.html is actually a very special name. If you don't provide the name of the file that you want to see, then automatically the browser will assume that there is an index.html and will try to display that file instead. And this is pretty cool. Viewing and refreshing. Now you can fill the document with content, type the following lines in your HTML. And as you can see, Marco asks you to write some code that is not exactly the same code that we tried the first time. So let's do as he says. There's a tag called HTML, containing a tag called body, containing just some text. Fantastic, my first website. Now I'm going to write exactly what it says here. So a tag called HTML. If I don't remember, I just go back and see a tag called body. I'm using Alt-Tab to switch between windows. You can do it as you wish, of course. Fantastic, my first website. I'm trying to write exactly the same text that is written here. So, fantastic, exclamation mark, my first website, full stop. Something like that. Unfortunately, I have a couple of, oh my god, I've got a couple of extensions installed that automatically format my code. Since you don't have these extensions, and I don't want you to use these extensions right now, I'm going to switch them off. And apparently I can't unless I restart the editor. I'm sorry, but during the week, I'm also working and earning money. So I need to turn these extensions on and then off for you guys. But it's not working. So format on save is enabled here, and I'm going to switch it off. Yay! Okay, so now the code is exactly as you would have it. And probably I have to also make it a little bigger so you're able to see it. So HTML, that contains a body, that contains some text, and this is it. To view the page, we'll use the live server extension that we installed above. Right-click on your index.html, the file below the portfolio folder and not the one above under open editors. But, well, we don't have portfolio folder. Well, I don't. I have Inglorious portfolio that contains Christmas special, but as soon as I understood the meaning of what he says, I don't need to just panic. I'm not going to say, oh my god, where's the portfolio folder? I didn't create it. Oh my god, how am I going to do it? Okay, I need to right-click on the index.html file right under the folder that I created. In my case, it's called Christmas Special, and there's nothing special with it. I just need to understand what is the intention here, and then I can I can just borrow the concept and adapt them to my situation. Still, it's better to use index.html instead of another file name. So right-click on index.html, open with live server as it says, and bam, I've got a browser window automatically opened for me and focused. He says, a browser window should open up and show your first website. Now, whenever you save any changes, they are automatically updated by the live server. Is that true? Let's see. Yeah, it works. What happens if I write this piece of code and then I save the code on the editor? If I go back to my browser window, I see the changes automatically being applied. This is what the live server does. It shows me the latest version of my files without needing me to refresh the browser every time, which saves not that much time. How much time do I spend every time clicking on typing F5 in order to refresh my browser? It's not that much, but still, if you are working the whole day and every minute or every 5 minutes you do a change, and every change you do, you have to refresh the browser. If you accumulate all the time you spend refreshing the browser, you will see that you lose a lot of time. So having something that automates even the refresh of the browser is going to make you a lot more productive than you expect. If the page does not open in your preferred browser, change the setting on your computer to make another browser your standard browser. Alternatively, you can copy the address, for example, this one here, which is exactly the same address that I see, well, almost the same address that I see here, and from one browser and insert it into another. So if I don't like Chrome, I can just copy this address here, open Firefox, because it's my favorite browser, and I can paste this code here, too much, and I see exactly the same code on my favorite browser, okay? So nothing really difficult here. If the page is not updated after changes, save all your files in the editor, and then inside the browser you can refresh the browser page with the F5 key or with a Command R or Control R on Windows. Sometimes F5 doesn't work because you have to also use the FN key. I've got FN, F5, but still, you know how to reload a page, right? There's also a button here, this arrow. Indentation. In order to keep your code clean, it is important that you correctly indent the lines with the Tab key, which is something that nowadays I do almost instinctively. You probably don't, but you will see that it will become part of your developing process. Pay close attention to the example code and indent accordingly. The browser does not care, but it is important for us programmers to be able to have a clear view. And here we've got some tips. You can use Tab to indent and Shift Tab to move the indentation on the other side, to the left. So indent less instead of indenting more. Tip number 2, you can indent multiple lines at once if you select them, all the lines, and then click Tab or Shift Tab to indent them. Tip number 3, automatically. Right-click somewhere in your program code and choose Format Document, which will format your document probably automatically for you, which is something that I don't want to exploit right now. But still, what it says in this paragraph is really, really important. You can completely remove indentation if you want to. But look how ugly this code is and how difficult it is to understand the hierarchy of these elements. Is the body inside of the HTML? Where does the body close? It's pretty difficult to understand a code like this. So I prefer to put everything on a new line. And yet, if you put everything on a new line, but with no indentation at all, this is already better, but it's not visually helping me understand what is inside of what. It looks like HTML is right after, well, body is right after HTML, and this fantastic text is right after the body, and then we've got this other body in HTML. It doesn't show the fact that body is inside of HTML and the text is inside of the body. That's why we prefer to use Tab to indent children one tab more than the parent, and this goes for the body too. And if I want to not indent one line but indent multiple lines, I can just select a bunch of code which is inside of these lines, and with the tab it's going to indent all 3 lines. And if I want to indent less instead of more, do Shift Tab instead of Tab. Tab, 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 Shift Tab, Shift Tab, Shift Tab. Oh, what a tongue twister, okay? So indenting is really important, not for the browser, but for you, for readability. HTML elements, tags. In the above example, you have already seen the typical HTML characters with angle brackets. These are called tags. HTML elements consist usually, but not always, of 2 tags. Why not always? Because we already know that there are some tags that auto-close immediately. When opening, they already close and they don't need a closing tag. One opening and one closing when they are 2. In our example, HTML is an opening tag and slash HTML with the slash is a closing tag. The text between the opening and the closing tag is the content of the HTML element. As you can see, I'm stressing the word content. So an HTML tag, well, any tag, any element has some content, and the content is what is in between the opening tag and the closing tag. These are important names. It's important that you remember that this is called a content of the body, and the body here is the content of the HTML element. Like in science, you have to be accurate in naming things. You cannot mix the force with the power. It's 2 different things. With HTML and closing HTML, we tell the browser about the beginning and end of the HTML of our web page. The second tag we have seen is the body tag. It states that all content between the open body and the closing body tags are to be shown in the main area of the browser. I'm reading this really fast because we already know these things, but I'm trying to stress only on the important things that matter. Attributes. Attributes declare additional information for an item. Attributes are part of the opening tag of an element only of the opening tag of an element. This is another important thing. And always have a name and a value. Let's see the example. As an example, let's look at the HTML element for a link. It is probably one of the most important elements. What would the internet be without links, without hypertext anchors? So this is a link. It's an anchor link. You already know it because we already saw this. Marco here was a little inaccurate because he said website the German way. With the EI that is pronounced I in German. And as you can see, the attribute is placed in the opening tag. When you do these exercises by yourself, you could try to create this attribute by heart, and you could incur in some mistakes. For example, you create an anchor tag, go to Google or where you want, and then you start typing the href attribute in here. This is wrong because attributes should be placed only on the opening tag, not on the closing tag. So this should not be placed here, it should be placed here. But if you don't do this experiment by yourself, if you don't do this mistake by yourself, you will never learn how things should not be done. I, as a teacher, and as a developer, am more inclined to do things in the right way. But if I do this, you will never see the wrong ways. So I can try to come up with new ways to mess things up. But, whatever tests I do will never be the same as real people doing the tests. As you probably know, Cyberpunk was released a few days ago, and they took a long time to release it because they wanted to fix all the bugs, and probably some users expected this game to come out perfect, and it was not. It's actually pretty buggy. But that's completely normal because whatever tests the testers perform will never be as accurate as real people do performing those tests. And this is exactly what goes in here. I can try to make as many mistakes as possible, but they're still, how can I say, they are artificial mistakes. They are not mistakes that I did, they are made on purpose by me. And whatever mistakes you will do will probably be much more than the mistakes I am able to contrive here. So it's really important that you perform these mistakes and you try to understand why you committed these mistakes, what is wrong with the code, what is the effect of your wrong code. And this is how you learn things. And if you do these mistakes and you don't understand why your code is not working, that's where I can be useful to you, because you can show me your code and tell me, hey, this code is not working. What did I do wrong? I cannot figure it out. And we can see it together. And maybe your mistakes will be beneficial to everybody else because, well, there's no shame in making mistakes when you're learning, of course. But your mistakes can be really, really useful for everybody to learn how things should not be done and how to fix those mistakes. So an attribute should be put in the opening tag. The attribute name in this case is called href, so a hypertext reference, and it should contain the URL of something. Let's put CodeMakery CH. So the text here is not really good. Let's go to CodeMakery. Okay, if my live server is still going on, yay, I see this link, I click on it, and I go to CodeMakery, and everything is working. Unfortunately, because if you do this by yourselves, without me, probably this will not work. And this is the good thing. I want things to not work. The A element above includes an href attribute, short for hypertext reference, with the value HTTPS blah blah blah. The browser, whoa, there's another mistake here. They didn't put an S, which is not really that important, but still, as you can see, my trained brain is able to spot mistakes like a sniper. The browser knows that it must show the link as my website. Okay, basic structure of an HTML page. You know what this is about. We have already seen the two elements HTML and body, but the basic structure of an HTML page usually contains a few more. Adjust your website to the following code. Afterwards, we will discuss each element in it. So, first of all, there's this thing here that is usually called the preamble. And it's a strange thing. It's an opening tag that never closes. In fact, it's probably not even a tag. It's something that you place at the top, and it goes like this. You go with an exclamation mark, you say a preamble for an HTML document. You say doc type, and this usually is all uppercase, even though you can write in lowercase, and there's no problem with that, I think. And then you write HTML, and you close it. This is the preamble. Nothing more than that. And Visual Studio Code is a powerful editor that allows you to autocomplete lots of things. In fact, as soon as I started writing less than symbol exclamation mark DOC, no. Come on. It was working before. Maybe if I write doc. Nope. Oh, how did it go? Okay, yeah. Less than symbol, exclamation mark, and there's already a suggestion here that says, do you want me to write exclamation mark doc type? Yes, that's exactly what I wanted. Bam, he created this, this preamble for me. I still encourage you to write everything by yourselves. Because you never know, maybe one day you have to write code in some less advanced editor, and you will still be able to write code without being spoiled by all the features that that an advanced editor like Visual Studio Code has. So we've got HTML, we've got the body, and we also have a head, right? We know what a head is, so I'm not going to tell you again and again all the stuff that we already know. So we need to, the only thing that matters right now is that you are able to read some code here. You are able to do an automatic diffing in your head between what is that you have and what should be, and then perform the changes, perform the patch to this diff. So there's a body, but there's no head. I'm going to create a head. In the head, there's all this stuff, and I'm going to type it by hand. But of course, if you want, you can just copy and paste. This is not an image. You can just copy the text. But in my case, I'm going to write everything. It's meta, char set, and then you've got UTF-8. And this is a strange tag that, as you can see, opens and never closes. Another one of these strange tags. And then we've got title, web portfolio of Marco. So title, web portfolio, but this was in uppercase, of, well, you know what, I'm not Marco, I'm Anthony, so I'm gonna write Anthony, okay? And you can type your name. I'm going really fast, but remember, this is just a rehearsal of what we've done. So you don't need to really be able to type along with me. If you're not able to, you can do it later on. I'm just giving you the right approach. Then in the body, apparently we need to have an H1, which contains pretty much the same text as the title. So in the body, I'm going to create an H1, web portfolio of Anthony. And then after this H1, we've got a P, write anything you want to tell the world. You know what? I'm going to just use exactly the same text that we had so far. I don't want to write any more text than that. And this is the results. You know how it goes. Cool. Now, a few explanations that could be useful. In fact, I didn't go into much detail on some of the tags. Always put this preamble on the first line. It tells the browser about the type of the document. Why? Is the document not just HTML? Yes, but before HTML5, we used to have HTML 4.1 or other kinds of HTMLs that had different, fewer features, more bugs. So this preamble is actually telling the browser that this is not just HTML, this is HTML5. If you want something that is different from HTML5, you can, but you don't want to. For example, this strange HTML thing here tells the browser that it's HTML, but the standard of 1999, which is the year that Matrix was aired. So, but now we are into 2020, almost 2021, and we don't want to use all standards. The HTML tag indicates the start, and /HTML, the end of the document. So HTML is the tag that describes the document. The head element contains additional information about the page. In contrast to the body element, this information does not appear in the main area of the browser. Within the head, there should be an indication about the character set. So this meta tag that we added here is telling what character set we want to use. And by default, it usually is UTF-8. And we don't really care what this is. If you do not specify the character set, some special characters may not get displayed correctly. You might have noticed that the meta element has no closing tag. There are a few elements without closing tags, br, img, etc., but they are the exception. Next, you'll see the title element. The title is displayed in the title bar at the top of your browser window. Where is that? Well, it's the label on top of this browser window. I'm gonna close some of these, well, probably all of them, because I think we're going to stick with that. And if the tabs become a little larger, no, they don't. But Web Portfolio of Anthony, this is the title that we have in the, okay, now it became a little larger and we can see the whole text. It did it by itself. So yeah, the head is the place where you put things that are not visible in the page. The title is actually visible in the page, but not inside of the page. It's visible as the label of your web page. And just because the browser decided to use that title in there, otherwise it would not be visible. Everything inside the body element is displayed in the main area of the browser. And H1 defines the main headings. Subheadings can be created with H2, H3, H5 until H6. There's no H7. Text between P and /P is a paragraph. After each opening tag, the next element should be indented with tab or two spaces for better overview. You remember, indentation is useful for you, not for the browser, but you are more important than the browser, right? Make sure you follow this habit. Keep this basic HTML structure handy. You can use it for any new HTML page. Use the keyboard shortcut Ctrl+S to save your current file, or Ctrl+Z for undo. And this goes with every editor, including Photoshop. Another thing that I wanted to say here is, oh yeah, one of you students once asked me, so if this is the header and this is the body, can I also create a footer? Can I use a foot? Something like that. And I already replied to this, but I want to rehearse this. This is not the header, the body, and the footer of your document. The head is invisible, and the header you're thinking of is actually visible usually, right? So everything you want to place in your document that is visible, including the header, the footer, or the aside, the navigation menu, should be inside of the body. And in fact, later on, we also discovered that now we've got some new semantic tags in HTML that are related exactly to this thing here. You can have a header, you can have a footer. The thing in between is usually not called the body, but is called the main. But you can also have an aside if you want to, I don't know, something on the side. For example, I don't know, commercials, you know, advertising, or a navigation menu. In fact, you can also have a nav, which can be inside of the aside or there on the top or in the header where you want it. So there's many semantic HTML elements that you can put, but all of these elements should be inside of the body, because the body is the only place where visible things are shown. The head is the place of invisible things, of meta information, we can say. Okay, with these basic HTML elements, we are well prepared to bring our website to a new level. First, let's add an image so that the homepage of our portfolio looks a bit more interesting. I would like to see if there are any comments that I'm not seeing on the chat. No, everything is fine. Inserting an image. To insert an image, we use the image element. The following example will insert my picture. As you can see, this tutorial is not saying anything really different from what I already explained, but it's a good thing to have things written in a good way. So instead of watching me speaking in an inaccurate English and mumbling sometimes and stuttering. It is much quicker if you read text. It's still a good thing to watch me doing experiments and things like that, but still, a textbook or some written documentation will allow you to fix the concept in your mind probably better, and you can learn at your own pace. In fact, sometimes I speak too fast, sometimes I speak too slow, sometimes I use inappropriate terms, but with the written documentation, you can read things at your own pace. The most important thing is that you have to learn how to read carefully things and to give the right importance to the right thing. So let's create an image tag here. I'm gonna put it here. An image with an src attribute. Images use the src attribute with a URL, while anchor links use the href attribute. For no reason in particular. This is for historical reasons. I don't know if they say it. There's also the alt attribute, which is usually very useful if the image fails to load or for the visually impaired, because the visually impaired are not able to look at images, so they will use screen readers that will speak and tell what the image contains. So here I can place a cute cat, and the screen reader, instead of showing the image, will say this is a picture of a cute cat. And now we have to find a cute cat. Cute cat. Oh my god, these are beautiful. I like this one here, okay? So from this cat, I'm going to, you know what, in order to make it as quick as possible, as soon as I selected this cat, I can right click on the image and I can probably copy the image address. This is the option that I found here. I copy the image address and I paste it here in the src attribute. If everything goes well, my web page will have this cute cat. Beautiful. Then we've got other attributes that are not explained right now in the page, in the tutorial, but I can fix the height to, I don't know, 100 pixels, so it becomes a little shorter, a little smaller. Maybe 100 is too small. 200, okay, this is already a visible cat. And here's how you do images. The image element only has one opening but not closing tag. It contains an src attribute and an alt attribute. The src attribute specifies the URL, that is the location and file name of the image. The alt attribute is an alternative text which describes the content of the image. This text is used by search engines, which is something that I didn't tell you, so thanks Marco. This is another good reason to specify the alt attribute, because this way your website will be more easily readable by search engines, and if you are creating a website about cute cats, the search engine will know that your website contains cute cats given the alt text. And if for some reason the image cannot be displayed, for example on a screen reader for the blind, okay, so this is what I already said. Screen reader for the blind, or if for some reason this image was removed from Google, now I'm going to alter the address of the image, so the web browser will not be able to find this image anymore. Well, in that case, I still see a cute cat. I read this writing. So I don't see the image, but I can imagine that the picture was about a cute cat. And now we've got the cute cat again once we fix the URL of this image. Relative and absolute URLs. URLs are used for the src attributes of images and also for the href attribute for links. The URL specifies the address of a file, for example, another web page or an image. Depending on the location of a file, either a relative or absolute URL must be used. And you probably know what relative or absolute URLs are if you followed my lessons, because we started talking about relative and absolute paths on the file system. In fact, in the first hour of this rehearsal, we already fiddle around with the terminal, and we used relative and absolute paths in order to reach some destinations in the file system. If a file is part of the same website, then a relative URL can be URL can be used. In fact, we probably prefer relative URLs if the resources that we are trying to access are in the same website. As we have seen in the example above, this is only the name of the file, but it's not usually the same. We did it like this. We put a resource on the file system and we access this resource by just stating its name. This is not just the name, this is the relative path. It says, starting from the current directory, look at this file here. Well, these URLs that we used are actually absolute paths, because starting from here, I don't even care where I am. I want to go to this website called codemakery.ch using the HTTPS protocol. So we already know all of this. A relative URL is either relative to the current HTML page or relative to the root of our website. To reference a file in the same folder, we can just use the file name, like marco.jpg, as they said. If the target file is located in another folder, this must be taken into account. If the image from the example above were in a subfolder called images, the relative URL would be images/marco.jpg. If the file is in a parent folder, you can reach it with ... just like we go to a parent directory within the terminal. The URL for the image, in this case, would be ... marco.jpg. So let's try with a cute cat picture. I'm going to save this image by right-clicking on it, and I'm going to save it into my current project. So Inglorious Coders, Academy, Inglorious Portfolio, Christmas Special, and here I'm going to create a new folder called Images, because why not? And in the folder Images, I would like to rename this file because it has a bad name. I would like to call it cute-cat. Why the dash? This convention is called kebab case. And kebab case means that every word of this sentence is lowercase separated by a dash, which is the convention commonly used in the web, HTML and CSS. We will see that in JavaScript and other programming languages we use another convention, camel case, but here we use kebab case. Dre's Laker. Is there a preference that is used to determine if it's an internet URL or a local file, or it just searches HTTP in the URL field? I would say yes. So there is a convention that we can use. If there is a local file, we want to use a relative URL, and the browser will understand that it's a local file because it doesn't start with HTTP or HTTPS. This is something that we actually discovered during one of those of our lessons. This is an experiment that we performed. So your question is perfectly on point. This is one of the questions that you guys should always ask yourselves. What if? So now you say, what if I place www.google.com? Will this be recognized as a different server, or will this be recognized as a local link? The answer is, let's try. So I put www.google.com, I go here, I click on go to CodeMakery. Well, even before clicking, if you look at the bottom left side of the browser, you will see that it's going to go to 127.0.0.1 port 550/Christmas special /www.google.com, which is not what we wanted. This is completely wrong. So let's go back. The only way we managed to make the browser understand that this is an external website is by adding the protocol. If I type, I'm sorry. If I type the whole address, Stevie T moment right now. Now I click on it and I actually go to Google. So apparently the browser is relying on the fact that the URL is written with an HTTP or HTTPS with the protocol, because if you start an address with the protocol, that's a complete internet address. With the image, we can instead use a relative path, because now I saved the image locally on my server, on my file system. So how do I access this address, the address of the cat? Well, in the same way, I can do the same with the terminal, with paths on the local file system. So, for example, I can say from this folder dot slash, oh, Visual Studio Code is already suggesting me what is inside of my folder. We've got the images folder or index.html. I want to go into the images folder. And inside of the images folder, I find cutecat.jpg. So this is exactly what I wanted. This is a relative URL that tells me from this web page, go to the images folder and then to the cutecat.jpg. And here we are. Or, since we are starting from the current folder, I can even remove the dot slash, because it's exactly the same thing. I can just spare a couple of characters and it works exactly the same. For local images, I would probably go this way. In fact, if Google at a certain point decided to remove that image, well, you have a local copy that will always work. So it's much better to save your images locally on your web server. This way you're relying only on your assets and not someone else's assets. Dre's Laker says, I see, thanks, also agree, trying out things help. Yes, it helps a lot. And this experimental approach is really, really important when dealing with code. We always need to question everything, question the truth behind what they say, or what if things are not the way they say. And especially we have to question the teacher, because I'm not the holder of the truth. And you have to also question yourselves. Well, mostly you have to question yourselves. I usually question myself a lot because, well, sometimes I forget things. Sometimes I have a bad misconception that needs to be fixed. So always question everything. And never take yourself too seriously. So, okay, this is what we've done so far. Instead of navigating from the current file, we can also start from the root of our website by adding a leading slash, so slash marco.jpg. We can use this from any file in your website and in any subfolder, and it will always start at the root. This is helpful for navigation links, as we will see in a following part of the tutorial. This is really important, so I'm going to stress it a little more. So what they are saying is that I can use some sort of absolute path starting from the root of the server. In our specific case, the root of the server is corresponding to the folder called Inglorious Portfolio. And I know this because if I look at the URL here of the address says 127.001.5500 slash Christmas special slash index.html. Christmas special is contained as a child of Inglorious Portfolio. So it means that the root of this server is Inglorious Portfolio. And from here, I can go into Crash Course, HTML, etc., etc. So if I want to change this URL and make it an absolute path, starting from the root of the web server, I have to go from slash, which is the usual way we use in file systems to start from the root of our file system. And as you can see, from here, it already knows that it's coming from Inglorious Portfolio. I can access one of these children, for example, Christmas Special. And from here, I can go to Images. And from here, I can go to Cute Cat. It's really similar to what we had before. But instead of having a local path, now we've got, we have a global path starting from the root, not of our file system, but of our web server. The result is exactly the same. But for images, probably this is too much. But for links between web pages of your website, it is probably best to use an absolute URL. There's a missing E here. Okay, so remember the following about URLs. Inside the same folder, we just use the file name, for example, marco.jpg, which is not our case. In fact, we put an image inside of a folder. So we don't even put just the file name. We put the name of the folder and then inside of it the file name. 2 dots refer to the parent directory, and this is true also on the terminal. If I open a terminal right now, wherever I am, pwd, I'm in here. If I do cd dot dot, I'm in the parent directory. pwd tells me that I'm in home, not home Anthony anymore. So the dot dot is always true for the web and for the file system. If we do want to start in the root directory, then we have to start our URL with a slash before the path of the file, for example, slash marco.jpg, which is exactly the same with the terminal. In fact, if I want to go to the root of my file system, I say cd slash, and in cd slash, I will see all of the system folders. If I want to go into, I don't know, cd media, I can use a relative path from here, so I can just go cd media, but because I was in the root, or I can do cd slash media, which means that wherever I am, I still start from the root and I go to media. That's for Linux Unix. Yes, this is for Linux Unix, which means that it's useful also for Mac, because Mac is Unix based, and it's also useful for Windows whenever you install a Linux terminal. In fact, on lesson number 0, we installed the Git bash. We installed Git as a source versioning tool. So all the things that I'm showing you right now are on Linux, but the students that are using Windows right now are performing the same commands, not on the PowerShell, not on the command prompt, but on the Git bash that you have on Linux, on Windows. I'm sorry I didn't say this today. I give it for granted. I shouldn't have. But still, okay, you can use all these all this syntax in your terminal. In PowerShell, it's really similar on Windows, but still, I'm talking about Linux and Unix conventions in general. So these are some examples of relative and absolute URLs. This is a relative URL. This is another relative URL. This is a relative URL that goes first to a parent directory and then goes to this HTML file. And this is actually an absolute URL, okay? Portfolio with an image. This is the final version of their portfolio, and if you do exactly the same, you'll find something like this. Then we can go to the next chapter. Never type next, because this next actually means next steps. So it goes at the end of this tutorial and shows you other tutorials. So if you want to go to the next step, just press on the 2 or press on this other link here, which will go to part 2. If you want to publish your website, you can use Netlify, and we already did this. You can go to Netlify, create an account. You can then drag and drop your folder into this drag area, and your website will be automatically online. We already did this. I don't know if you need any rehearsal about this. I saw already a couple of you publishing their website with Netlify, and that's awesome. Apparently, you can also tie Netlify with Git, which means that every time you push things into Git, it will probably publish them on Netlify too. But you know what? Since we are here, we can probably start using GitHub Pages, so we can learn a new thing, which is more advanced. So people that are already at a good level will not be bored by this lesson. So I'm explaining something new, but pertaining the current, the things that we already taught, and no JavaScript needed. So if you have a GitHub account, as I already said, you can use GitHub Pages as a way to publish your website through GitHub. The thing that we have to do is to go to our repository, and in the settings of this repository, there should be a part in here that talks about GitHub Pages. Ooh, there it is. GitHub Pages. GitHub Pages is designed to host your personal organization or project pages from a GitHub repository. Source. GitHub Pages is currently disabled. Select a source below to enable GitHub Pages for this repository. What is a source? Let's see. Oh, okay. I have to select a branch. And I only have one branch, the main branch. So I'm gonna select this. Then I can select the folder from which to start the GitHub pages. I don't know why I see root or docs. I don't think that my website has docs. No idea why this is saying this, but I don't care. Save. Okay, so it looks like GitHub Pages is already there. I can also add a custom domain, but this requires you to buy a domain and placing it here, so we don't care. Enforce HTTPS is something that I am not able to do here. Since I already have a domain tied to this, it could probably not work. In fact, as you can see, since I already bought this domain, the website should have been available in here, ingloriouscoders.github.io/ingloriousportfolio, which is the name of my project, of my repository. But since I already tied my domain, my custom domain, ingloriouscoders.it, whenever I write this piece of the address, ingloriouscoders.github.io, it will be probably automatically replaced with the domain that I bought. Yep, it did. As you can see, ingloriouscoders.it/ingloriousportfolio. I somehow published a piece of my website with this mean, and I didn't do anything. I just created a connection between my project, my repository, and GitHub Pages. And this is the only thing that I needed. What I'm seeing right now is probably an index.html, which I have in the root of my project folder. Nope, not even. What did it create? I don't see any. Oh, no way. It showed the README. Yep. So apparently, GitHub Pages did a very cool thing, which is not finding any HTML file here, not finding the index.html file. GitHub found this README file, which is in a syntax called Markdown, which is a very cool syntax that allows you to write some text with headings, paragraph, lists, etc., in a convenient way, and this will be automatically transformed into HTML. This is really good for basic documentation. In fact, we usually have a readme.md in a repository because it gives you some documentation on your project. GitHub special, yeah. This lesson is becoming a GitHub special. And I'm using GitHub Pages a lot, actually. I already showed you my website or the photographer's website, but sometimes I like to create slides for my talks around the world. And for example, one set of slides, I programmed it in JavaScript, and you can find it here, React the Inglorious Way. This is a keynote that I gave in Amsterdam, if I remember correctly, 1 or 2 years ago. And it's a set of slides that I created in React. They are even interactive. You can change the code. You can do whatever you want. I wanted to prove some points in here. So I wanted the slides to be interactive and do some live coding. And yeah, this went pretty well. And this is hosted as a GitHub Pages, as you can see. I'm not telling you that this is what you should do, but this is really convenient, especially if you already set up your GitHub repo, as we already did in the previous lessons. Well, in that case, you just need to push everything to your remote repository to have everything online. Let's see again. This is my Inglorious portfolio. Can I go to 00 crash course index? 00 crash course well, not even index, because index is by default. Yes, this is the page that we created during our first initial crash course on lesson number 1. But can I go to Christmas special now? Let's go. Christmas special. Nope, 404. 404 is a code in HTTP code that says file not found. It didn't find anything. Why? I do have something in the Christmas special folder. Why didn't Pages find my folder? Well, because all the changes that I'm performing right now are local and I didn't push them to my online server. Tiago asks, so if I want my CV online with GitHub, I should create a repo just for the CV folder. Is that right? Yes, this could be a good way to create your CV. Yeah, probably. One thing that I would suggest you, if your CV is your website, if your CV is exactly your website, you can create your, I'm sorry, I don't remember your GitHub account, but probably you already told me. So let me see. I would like to, let me see here. Did you tell me what your GitHub handle is? No. Oh, Tiago TMXX. Okay, so I'm gonna github.com, Tiago TM, here it is. So this is your GitHub account. And I should be following you. Yeah, you see, I'm unfollow. So you've got one project called Tiago Portfolio. If you want to have your personal web page with the address tiagotmxx.github.io, and of course you can always buy a custom domain as I did, well, in that case, you can use GitHub Pages in a slightly different way. You have to create a repository called exactly like this, tiagotmxx.github.io. I'm going to share it with you in the chat, maybe inside of this thread, so it's all yours. And if you create a repository like this and you put files in it, then your page will be accessible as tiagotmxx.github.io. It will be your website, your personal website. And then what I did so far was actually create websites based on your projects. For example, if you want to create a CV as part of your website, not a CV as your website, but just a part of it, then you can create a repository with this name and you put whatever you want. And then you can just create a repository called, for example, CV. And with GitHub Pages, it will be accessible with this URL, tiagotmxx.github.io/CV. All this that I'm saying is very well documented within GitHub Pages. So you have two different ways to create GitHub Pages. You can create the GitHub page for your user or your organization. And in this case, you have to call the repository exactly like this, yourname.github.io. And in that case, it will be your user or organization page. Or if you want to create a website just for your one of your projects, like I did, you just turn your project into a GitHub page the way that I did with the settings that I found on GitHub. And that's it. So you can have a try, and if you have any problems, we can go back to it and I can give you some pointers if you're really in trouble, but I don't think you will. Okay, so GitHub Pages allows you to just deploy website as soon as you push stuff. And this is the problem that we have here. If I want to see my Christmas special, I cannot just type the code on my editor. I also need to commit the changes to my local repository, and I need to push the changes to GitHub. This way, the changes will actually being stored in the remote repository and will be reflected as a GitHub page. So let's create a commit. I have to add all the changes to the staging area, so they are staged. Now I'm going to commit those changes with a commit message, such as start Marco's tutorial again. And now that I committed all the changes, I can push those changes by clicking on this button below. If you don't remember or don't know at all what I'm doing here, just watch the lesson about Git, or we can do some more rehearsal sessions live if you want to. We can arrange a time and a day and a time, and it will be for free. I just do it because I care. So now, if everything is good, the changes are currently on my GitHub page. It could pass some time before I see those changes available, but let's try. I press enter. No, I see them instantly. So as you can see, I didn't need to, as in Netlify, drag and drop folders, copy files. I just push my changes and they're automatically online. How cool is that? Okay, so no Netlify, no more. If you want, you can still use Netlify, but if you're a developer that is not afraid of the command line or of Git, you can use other tools like GitHub Pages. I want to show you another way, because I don't want this to become a GitHub special, okay, Dre's Laker? I'm going to make it a Christmas special in general, and I'm going to show you another way, which probably will not be really understandable at first, but don't worry, it's a sneak peek of what we will see in the following lessons. So I'm placing myself into the same folder where I have the portfolio, which should be here somehow. Yep, I'm going to Christmas special. And now I'm going to use a tool that is completely free, and it only goes from the command line. I'm going to type, I meant it in a good way, everyone should know Git and stuff on parallel. Yes, I of course. Yeah, I conceived it in the best of ways. So in here, I can type this command, especially if you have Node.js installed, which is something that I asked you on lesson 0. So if you don't know what Node.js is, please go back to lesson 0 or just go to nodejs.org and download the current version or the LTS version. It's exactly the same. Yeah, just go with the LTS probably if you want more stability, or go with the current one to have the latest features at the expense of some stability. But once you have Node.js installed, you can do multiple things, and we never saw one of those things. We probably just saw the node command. Well, there's actually another command which is called npx. And if I write npx now and press enter, something strange happens, at the end of which we will have our website deployed online. But no, because the specified token is not valid. Use now login to generate a new token. Okay, I didn't expect that. I'm sorry. So I think I have to either create or update my login into this online service. So I'm going to do this right now. We sent an email to Anthony Mistretta. Please follow the step provided inside and make sure the security mode. Oh, this is actually pretty long. But let's see. I'm doing this on my phone. Email address confirmed. Okay, congratulations, you're now logged in. In order to deploy something, run now. Connect your Git repository to deploy every branch push automatically, blah, blah, blah. He says that I have to run the command now, but I know for sure that I don't have this command installed. So another thing that I'm doing, and I'm not explaining it right now, is to prepend this now with npx. We will see later on what this is about. You don't need to know this immediately. So npx now, I'm doing it again. This time I'm actually apparently logged in on the service. Set up and deploy this website? Yes. Which scope do you want to deploy to? Whatever. Yeah, this one. Link to existing project? No idea what it means and don't care. What's your project name? Christmas special. In which directory? Oh my god, the current directory. That's fine. Setting up project. Blah, blah, blah. No framework detected. Default project settings. Build command, blah, blah, blah. Output directory, blah, blah, blah. Develop command one. Want to override these settings. Okay, this is becoming a little more complicated because apparently now this command called now is more tailored to more complex web applications that already make use of a framework. And with static websites such as this one, it's starting to do some strange things. I want to override the settings. Let's see if I can. I want to override the build command, the output directory, and also the development command. No, the development command, no, because it's just none. What's your build command? Nothing. What's your output directory? This one here. Let's see if this works. I don't know. This is Inglorious Academy improvising special. As you can see, I have now two addresses. One is this one, vercel.com/ingloriouscoders/Christmas special/ some hash code. And in production, I've got this other one, which is a little better to read, christmasspecial.vercel.app. If I now try to go here, yay, it's deployed online. So as you can see, this is another way I can deploy things with a free tool, and this allows me to just deploy things by issuing a command. This command was pretty strange, it asked me many things, but I think that the first time I issued this command, I already set some configuration that will be permanent from now on, probably. If I do npx now, it's not asking me anything anymore. It's just deploying the new version of the website. So now you have three ways to deploy things online. With Netlify, you can drag and drop folders. With GitHub, you just push things into your remote repository. With Now, you issue one command on the command line and you're ready to go. You decide what you prefer. Let me just take one break to see if, okay, the chat is working, and I would like to see if my image is good enough. Yeah, because there's a lot of light coming from the window right now, and I hope that I'm not... there was a lesson in which I appeared all white. I had an opacity of 0, but everything is going well right now. So, part 3 of this tutorial was how to use CSS. And still, we need to read everything carefully. I will read it really quickly, but the concept here is read carefully everything, because everything is important. In the previous part, we have created and published our first website. I admit, the website has very little content and doesn't yet look particularly appealing. We want to change this now. In this part, you will learn how you can use CSS to style the page. In a later part, we will add more style to our website with the help of a framework called Bootstrap that we covered in the last lesson. Structure and style. Just a reminder, HTML describes the structure of a web page, while CSS defines the visual appearance. How many times I repeated this? It's really important. Separating structure and style has many advantages, and we shall see. It is not mandatory, but usually it is better to also write HTML and CSS in separate files. Linking to a CSS file. A CSS file is an ordinary text file with the extension .css. We will link to the CSS file from within the HTML file. Create a new file. The file will be called main.css, and I'm going to follow exactly this direction. So I'm going here in Christmas Special. Apparently now created 2 files that I didn't want. This Vercel service that I used implicitly when issuing the command now apparently created this folder, which contains probably the information about how to deploy this project, or well, the idea of the project and how to deploy it. And this .gitignore is a file that I never explained, but it's actually pretty important. This is a file, and you can tell that this is a hidden file, because if you remember, in Linux and in Unix systems in general, when a file has a name that starts with a dot, it is automatically considered a hidden file. In fact, I can even have a look at it. Now I'm on the folder called Christmas Special. If I do ls, I don't see those 2 new resources. I don't see the .vercel directory, and I don't see the .gitignore file. But if I do ls-a, which is the flag that allows you to see all the files, including the hidden files, you will see more than one hidden resource. You will see the .gitignore file, you will see the .versal directory, and you will even see two special directories, dot and dot, which are the current directory and the parent directory. So these are also two available directories that we have there. So these are hidden files, and the gitignore is a special file used by Git to tell Git, the command Git, if there are any files that you don't want to share, you don't want to commit, you don't want to push to the remote server. Sometimes we do have these kinds of hidden files. And in fact, we also have another gitignore file already created here. Yeah, I already explained this to you, so you should already know this. But this was a rehearsal, so it's fine. Okay, so we've got these things. And now we can create the CSS file. If I remember correctly, the tutorial asked me to create a new file here on the root of your portfolio and to call it main.css. Not style.css, not, I don't know, index.css, but main.css. And I'm going to follow exactly these instructions here. And well, sometimes I decide to follow them, sometimes not. In fact, I don't have the JPG on the same folder, but this is because we already run through this tutorial in the past. So now I need to create a link to this style sheet, and the syntax is the link tag with the rel attribute of value style sheet and the href, which has the URL of the CSS file that I want to include in the page. And this link must be in the head of your document. So now open your index.html, add a link element inside the head element. With the link element, we tell the HTML page to load the CSS file. This is the text, and we have to insert this element in your head block. I will try to do this by memory. So index.html, we go into the head part of the document, and anywhere I can create a link. There was a rel style sheet. And if you're curious why we have to put this, I already experimented a little bit, and we found out together that some links can be style sheets, but some other links can be other things. For example, you can create a link to an icon, the fav icon, the icon that you see on the label of the tab of your browser. And we use href, which is an attribute that is exactly the same as hypertextual links. And this generated a little bit of confusion to some of you because you have to use href for links and anchor tags, but not for images. Images use the src attribute for some reason. Link is one of those tags that do not need any closing. So I'm not close it with closing link. I don't need to. It's like the meta tag. I don't need to close it. It's like the image tag. I don't need to close that too. And here I'm going to put the address of the main.css, which comes from the current directory. So I just need to put / or just main CSS. Just the name of the file is fine. Let me check again the chat. Everything is good. So the live server will show me exactly nothing at all, nothing changed, because we linked the CSS file, but the CSS file is completely empty and doesn't have any CSS rule. Important, in order for the CSS to be found, the href attribute must contain the correct file path. Of course it does. Why are you telling me this? Well, actually, Marco is really right in telling you this, because if you do this exercise by yourselves, maybe you do mains.css and nothing works, and you're trying to understand why nothing is working. So this is a really important tip. It's not useful while we are working together, but if you are doing this project by yourself and you are experiencing some problems, well, this is one of the things that you have to look at first. If everything seems to be working, maybe you wrote the incorrect file path and you have to check it. So all these important tips are not that important right now, but are really, really important to troubleshoot and debug your application if you ever encounter any problems. We only have one main SCSS, and it is in our root folder. Well, with the leading slash, we can get to the root folder from anywhere, even if our HTML file is in a subfolder. Our CSS file can thus always be loaded with href/main CSS. Learn more about this in part 1 under relative and absolute URLs. If you have some confusion in your mind, you could probably type your main.css file correctly, but then add this leading slash. This will not work. And if you don't understand why it doesn't work, you have to rely on these important tips that you see on the tutorial, on your ability to understand what is going on. For example, if I control space in the editor at a certain point, for example, after the slash, Visual Studio Code will give me some suggestions. And it's telling me that slash is probably referring to my Inglorious portfolio folder. So starting from slash, I don't see any main CSS. I see README, I see license, I see all these folders, among which I see Christmas Special, and inside of Christmas Special, I see main CSS. So you add this leading slash, you break everything, because you're telling the computer a completely different story. You're telling the computer that it should not take the main CSS starting from this folder here called Christmas Special, but you're telling the computer that it should find a main CSS starting from this folder, Inglorious Portfolio, and there's no such file in there. So, as always, the computer is doing what you tell it to do, not what you want to do. So make sure that you are smart enough to tell the computer exactly what you want and not what you expect the computer to understand. This is the most important part. The computer is still pretty stupid nowadays. We don't have complex artificial intelligence that really fix everything or read your mind and do exactly what you want. Apart from, of course, suggesting you things to buy on the internet. But other than that, the code that you write, even though it can have some suggestions, is still something that you are writing, and you have to make sure that the intention corresponds to what you're saying. The meaning should be exactly what the message you're conveying. So once you fix this URL, you deal with colors. Up to this point, the CSS file is still empty. Let's write our first lines of CSS, and we already know how to do that. In CSS, we write so-called CSS rules. With a CSS rule, we can specify what the browser should do with a specific part of our HTML. As an example, we will change the background color and text color of the second heading. Write the following lines in your CSS file. So it says H2, this is, as you know, the selector. And then inside curly braces, you have a list of properties separated by a new line and ending with a semicolon each. All these properties have a property name or a property key and a property value. These are two really famous property names: background color, which specifies the background color of any element you are targeting, in this case an H2, and the color is the text color of the element. So we can just copy and paste, but in my case, I always prefer to type everything by myself. Because when you type things by yourself, you can make mistakes. And it's really good to make mistakes. I'm going to tell this until I'm dead. H2 is the selector, and after a space, we open curly braces, and then we go to a new line so we can write CSS properties. The first CSS property that we saw in the tutorial is called background color, and we put a colon in order to separate the property name with the property value. The property value is this strange number prepended by a hash. And we know what this is. This is the hexadecimal representation of a color in RGB format, so red, green, and blue. You don't need to speak hexadecimal, but if we know the color, then we just type it exactly as it is. It was a hash 60, 7D, and 8B. And then we end this statement with a semicolon. We go to a new line and we also state the color. The color is more similar. It's a hash followed by 6 Fs. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then semicolon. Why 6? Because these numbers are red, green, and blue values for each color. The two characters, these first two characters refer to the red part. The second characters refer to the green part, and the blue characters refer to the blue part. RGB, red, green, blue. And we need two characters to specify the different values, the different gradations of color from 0 to FF. 16 bits for each color. Yes, 16 bits for each color. Okay, yeah, yes, they are 16 bits, exactly. Because one of these characters occupies one bit. Well, actually, no, it's not 16, it's 32, I think. I really hope so, because every one of these characters can be a number from 0 to 9, and then after 9 you want a few more, but you run out of digits, so you start using letters. A, which is 10, B, which is 11, C, D, E, F, which is 15. So one character is 16 bits, and if you want to specify a color with two characters, then this is double the amount. So I would say these are 32 bits color. I don't want to have said something stupid, but oh yeah, okay, yeah, you concur with me. Awesome. Okay, thanks Sheepy ABC. Okay, so these colors are in place, and if I look at my portfolio, nothing changes. Why is that? Well, I made it on purpose. So they say that you have to apply these colors to the selector H2. So every H2 in the page will now have this background color and this color. How many H2s do we have on our page? No one, because we just have an H1, not an H2. That's the reason why we don't see this rule in action. So let's see. They say we want to have a welcome. So I'm gonna add another tag here, an H2, with a not welcome, welcome, with an exclamation mark. Okay? This is an H2. And if the CSS was correctly imported, and if the rules are written correctly, this H2 will have a different background color and a different color. Let's see. Yes, it does. And this looks really, really similar to what we see in the tutorial. Okay? So we have to place multiple things correctly. We have to create a file with a correct name. We have to link it in the proper way in the HTML. Then we have to write the proper rules with the proper selector and with the proper property values. If we don't put property values like colored Z, as always I put extra Z's, the white color is not working anymore unless I select the text, which is not fair. So you have to specify everything precisely, otherwise things will just not work and fail almost silently. I'm saying almost because actually they are not failing completely silently. In fact, if I place a Z here, the editor is already giving me a suggestion. You know, I don't know this property, colors. Are you sure it's spelled colors? Oh right, no, it's color. Okay, so the editor is already giving me a hint that I misspelled something. It's not telling me you have to write color. It's saying, I don't know this property. You have to come up with a conclusion that this property is wrong. You typed it wrong and you have to fix it. But watch out, because error messages sometimes can seem a little strange to you, can give you different mixed messages. And we can find multiple messages like this. For example, what is here? There is a problem, but I don't understand what the problem is. Oh, he expected a a closing curly bracket. Why? Do I need to put a closed curly bracket in here? No. Well, I need a curly bracket here at the end of this statement, of this CSS rule, of course. And what if I don't place a semicolon? It's telling me that there is a problem. A semicolon was expected, but not here. I could, if I'm a newbie, I could say, oh yeah, this is not a column, this should be a semicolon, but I'm messing it up even more. This should be a column, but the problem arises here because it's telling me that there is a missing semicolon somewhere, and I have to be smart enough to understand that the semicolon should be placed here on line 2, okay? So the debug errors are trying to help you, but they cannot be 100% helpful. Another thing that you can do if you mistype something is to go into the elements panel of your development tools, and you will see a very similar thing, unknown property name here in the developer tools. Oh yeah, colors is not good. It was color, not colors. Okay? So debugging is really, really important, and you have to try as soon as you can to experiment, play with the code, doing mistakes, read the feedback that you receive from the tools that you're using, because they are really, really valuable, really important to you. Okay, color codes. We know color codes. I'm not going to read everything, otherwise we are not going to end this tutorial. But still, we can specify colors like hexadecimal values or with RGB values, or we can use even the HSL or HSV. We don't care about that. This is the most important part, CSS rules. You have already seen how CSS rules can change the color of an HTML element. Let's look more closely at how CSS rules are constructed. A CSS rule consists of 3 elements, a selector, a property, and a value. So H2 is the selector. We need to remember by heart this, we call it nomenclature in Italian. I don't know if you can say this in English. Yeah, the taxonomy, the nomenclature. We need to know the names. So this is a selector, these are curly braces, this is a property name, and this is a property value. Here, I think that Marco is a little bit imprecise. He says that this is the property, this is the value. I think that the property is the whole line, which has a key or a name and a value. If you want to know the exact name, don't believe me, don't believe Marco, believe in the standards. CSS properties. I Google this, I find W3 schools, which is usually one of the first results that come up in the Google search. And W3 schools is actually a very cool reference, but this is just a list of all the properties. So this is not exactly what I wanted. So nope. Let's go back and look at something else. Oh, developer.mozilla.org. So the guys at Mozilla say that these are all the properties. The following is a basic list of the most common CSS properties with the equivalent of the DOM notation, which is usually accessed from JavaScript. This list is incomplete. You can go to the main CSS reference. This is really difficult to read, but it is how you describe the rule syntax. So style rule, selector list, properties list. Where selectors list, it can be a selector with eventually a pseudo class or a pseudo element, and optionally some other selectors separated by comma. A properties list instead is a property and a value or other properties list. So from what I see here, Marco is actually right and I am wrong. What Marco said is that this is called a property and this is called a value. It's actually like this. I always talked about a property that is a property name and a property value, but actually in the CSS, in the official reference, they say that what is before the column is called a property and what is after the column is a value. So this is the right naming of things. It's not really that important, but the most important part is I had one assumption, I had one misconception then I try to say, what if I'm wrong? Let's see what an authoritative figure tells me. And as soon as I come up with new information, I change my beliefs accordingly. This is really important, and this is something that nowadays is getting lost. You have to adapt to new information. Don't stick with your dogmas. Please be open-minded as much as you can. This rule states that all H2 elements should get a background color of 6078B. CSS selectors. Selectors indicate which HTML elements a CSS rule is applied to. Note, we will learn only the most important selectors. You will already get quite far with those. For a more extensive list, search the internet for CSS selectors. And during our course, in this first half of our academy, we covered almost every selector and every property. Maybe that was even too much. We could have stopped earlier and we could have started earlier with JavaScript. But I saw you so interested with this HTML and CSS part that I didn't want to spoil the fun. So now you're still on time to get to recover with all these selectors and properties. Type selectors. The type selector targets all elements with a specific HTML tag. If we wanted to address all P elements, as an example, this would look like the following. You just type P. It is really important that you type some CSS, because if you remember that a paragraph is written like less than symbol P greater than symbol, well, this has no meaning in CSS. This has a lot of meaning in HTML, but CSS is a different language with a different syntax. So when you refer to a paragraph in HTML, you wrap it into these less than or greater than symbols, and this is good in HTML. In fact, you cannot do it without it. You cannot just state P. This is not a paragraph. But in CSS, you need to just type P. And this is something that will never come to your mind until you practice. Let's play video games, let's play instruments, but let's also play with the code. It's so much fun. Then we've got class selectors, which start with a dot, and it's strange that they are starting to talk about class selectors even if we never saw class attributes, but that's fine. Class selectors are used very frequently. They are a bit more specific than type selectors, as they target a particular group of elements rather than all elements of one type. To use class selectors, add a class attribute to an element, like this, or even this, in which you are putting more than one class inside of the same tag, and give it an arbitrary value. In CSS, you can now address all elements that have the same class attribute. Classes are denoted by a leading period followed by the class value. So it's not just P, it's dot highlight, the same name of class that you put as a class attribute in the HTML. In the following example, the class selector targets all elements that have a class attribute with a value highlight. So you've got 3 paragraphs here, but this also has a class of highlight, so it will apply all the rules that are described in the CSS. And this paragraph too, since it has a class of highlight, will have all the rules applied from this CSS rule. But this paragraph, which doesn't have a class of highlight, will not have this rule applied. In this HTML, the CSS rule would be applied to the first and third P elements. As you can see, it is also possible for an item to have multiple classes, highlight and new, separated by a space. Then we've got ID selectors. ID selectors are very similar to class selectors. They select all HTML elements with an attribute ID with a specific value. IDs are denoted by a leading hash sign followed by the ID attribute value. The important difference to class selectors is that ID selectors should occur only once per HTML page, while a class may be used for any number of elements. In fact, we saw that highlight was used 2 times in here, but the ID should always be associated to one element. It's a unique identifier. So you are actually allowed to put more than once the same ID, but it's highly unsuggested. It's highly discouraged, because usually only one element in the page should have that ID. You can use the ID to say that specific element, the hero element in your page, the header, the navigation, the whatever you want, the only thing that is in your page. The profile picture. More selectors. There are a few more selectors, and Google is your friend, but the most important ones are described above. CSS properties. CSS rules determine how HTML elements should be displayed. There are many properties that can be defined in CSS. Two of them we already seen, background color and color. Okay, I'm not going to do all of this, but as you can see, you can use multiple properties and we already know them. Padding, margin, border, padding bottom, margin top, border left, border radius. We covered almost all CSS properties in 3 lessons and even more. And I'm not going to go again on these properties. Just remember the syntax. This is really important. Remember that the syntax is always selector, curly braces, and then the property list in which you say property, colon, property value, semicolon. And you probably need to know that some properties exist. So they stay there at the back of your mind. And if you want some text to be bold, you need to remember that there is a way in CSS to make the font bold. And then if you don't remember the name of this property, you just ask Google, font bold CSS. Oh, it's the font weight property. So if you say font weight normal, font weight bold, or even a number like font weight 900, the font will have a different boldness. So you just need to remember that this property exists and you just need to know how to ask nicely Google how to find these properties. That's it. What's next? Developing tools in the browser. We already saw some of them. You should be pretty used to these developer tools by now. You just open the developer tools. I use F12 to open the developer tools, but you can use any other means. You can go to the menu here probably and go to more tools, developer tools, which says Control-Shift-I in my case. Control-Shift-I just works. So developer tools. You have this first panel, which is the elements panel, in which you can see the whole structure of your HTML document. And you can also see some CSS here below or next to it, depending on the size of your developer tools. This is not really easy to control. Sometimes you see the styles on the right, sometimes you see the styles at the bottom. And you can even decide where to place the developer tools. In fact, if I click on these 3 dots here, I can tell where is the dock side. The dock side is at the bottom, or the dock side is on the left, or the dock side could even be detached from the browser. So you can see the whole browser, and this thing, you can put it on a second screen if you really want to. Okay, I can put it here. Woo, okay. But now I don't see half of the screen, so this is not something that I would do. I usually put the dock side to the right. It stays well like this. Then we've got other panels that we started to uncover during our last lesson. For example, there's a beautiful console panel, which is the JavaScript runtime. So now I can type some JavaScript. And the first line of JavaScript that we started was probably something like 2 + 3, which gave me the staggering amount of 5. But I can also do other fancy things like console.log, hello world in quotes, and this will print hello world and also return some undefined value, which is something that we haven't covered yet. So this is JavaScript running on the browser. This is the JavaScript REPL. REPL. No, not reply. This is one of my clients. REPL is the read eval print loop, which means that you have some sort of a console that reads whatever you type, evaluates whatever you're typing. It's interpreting whatever you type. So it's not a compilation, it's an interpretation. And it computes whatever you ask it to compute, and then it prints the output of the computation. And all of this is inside of a loop. The first REPL that you saw with me is the terminal. The terminal is a REPL. In fact, whatever I type in the terminal is actually already a programming language, which is the shell language. Or in this particular case, it's called the bash language. Bash is short for born again shell. So not born like being born, but it's made by a certain born. I don't remember what is born actually. Let me see. Born shell is default. Why is it born? Oh, developed by Stephen Born, of course. So coming from the shell, the Unix shell, they created the Born shell, which is the current SH. But then they wanted to create something a little more powerful, and then we've got the bash, which is the born again shell. In my particular case, I usually use another terminal, which is, as it says here, fish. And fish is another shell implementation that adds some other feature, is slightly incompatible with the born again shell, and we don't really care about this. But what we really care is that this is already a programming language. It's an interpreted language. Whenever I do a cd tilde, I'm issuing a command in this specific language. And if I issue some command in this console developer tools, I'm actually issuing some JavaScript commands. If I want to use JavaScript outside of the browser, this is already something that I sneak peeked last time. I can type node on my terminal if I have Node.js installed, and now I'm inside of the Node.js shell. This is the Node.js REPL. So here I can type some Node.js code. And Node.js is just the V8 engine that usually browsers have inside, but without all the browser. It's the V8 engine and only the V8 engine in your terminal. So this is JavaScript being interpreted at runtime as soon as I end as I end typing and press enter. And then I can quit with Control D, and now I'm again on the shell. And I already told you that there are multiple runtime environments such as this. I think I have Python installed here. And this is the Python REPL. So I can, I don't even remember how to print things in Python, but I think it's print hello world. Something like this. Yeah, it worked. So I'm using a different language, which is really similar to this other one. Maybe it's easier. In fact, Python is probably set to be one of the easiest languages out there. As powerful as JavaScript maybe, but still a lot easier. In fact, this is used more by this is used a lot by data scientists, which are not programmers, but they have to use a programming language to do data science, machine learning, AI, quantum computing, etc., etc. So the cool thing is that once you learn a language, it is really, really easy to learn some other language. You understand the common things, the difference, the slight differences, but the bottom line is that they behave pretty much the same. So we will learn JavaScript, and once we learn JavaScript, we will be able to learn every other language or technology there. It's a long journey, however, and it's a tough one. Okay, so we can inspect elements, we can change styles, we can do other things. And here the tutorial is probably telling you to create new pages and link them with hypertext links. You probably understood how you're supposed to do this tutorial. And I already saw a couple of you doing a great job in doing this this kind of tutorial. I'm always praising you guys, but because you're probably the only two that gave me something to see, and it's also an amazing result. So Tiago and Sao created these beautiful websites, and they're still improving them. Let me see if I can find the Sao's. Where are you, Sao? Okay, here it is. I love these two websites. Also because these two websites contain things that I didn't even explain. And well, this menu nav is something that probably Sao created right after I explained Flexbox. And in fact, this is Flexbox perfectly applied. She wanted to create a navigation menu with the items one next to the other, maybe even perfectly balanced in the spacing. So she created a menu nav with a display of flex, justify content space around, flex wrap, which is probably allowing you to have these items go to a new line if they do not really fit inside of here. And background color of white smoke. So this is not even a perfectly white. It's a whitish thing, but it's grayish. So perfect application of the concepts that I explained. And here the two columns are not in Flexbox. This was an attempt that Sao found out before I could explain Flexbox. And she found out that she could use the float left property in order to place these two items in two columns without Flexbox. And this is what actually we web developers used to do before we had Flexbox. So this is good also for historical reasons. And she created also a multi-page website, so you can navigate through the different pages of the website. I think that this website could be also pretty good looking on a mobile phone. Yes, it is. Really good. Maybe you can see that the readability sometimes is not perfect. So if I go here, when I have a blue link, it kind of shows. When the link becomes visited, so it becomes purple, then in that case it's a little more difficult to see. There can be multiple solutions, of course. You can change the color, or you can change the background of the links, as you already did in the home page. In fact, you put this white smoke background that makes the links always visible, and this is awesome. But other than that, this is a beautiful thing. Of course, we didn't become experienced web developers with just 10 lessons. That's why I encourage you guys, as much as I am doing, to have a look at beautiful CSS designs. There's this website, for example, called CSS Zen Garden, which shows you the beautiful things that you can achieve with some CSS code. This website is pretty good, of course. It has this header with this link, with hovering on this button that makes this glow effect. Everything is well placed, everything is harmonious, and if you go to view all design, the website cannot be reached. Awesome! Let me see here. Okay, no, this worked. No, this didn't work. View all designs. No, all designs didn't work. Okay, let's go to Under the Sea by Eric Stoltz. Look at this. This is all made with HTML and CSS. You've got this thing which is fixed at the bottom, and everything here is scrolling. Maybe it's a little too small for my taste. Let's see, Make 'em Proud. Yeah, pretty nice, but probably this is quite old. Ooh, CSS Zen Garden. Look how everything is well centered. I would probably make it a little bigger, a lot bigger, maybe twice as big. But as you can see, everything is perfectly in place. We've got this hero section. Then we've got this in, I think it's in two, no, it's not even in two columns. Let's inspect, let's steal. So they created this intro section, and then they have this main supporting. Then they have this sidebar, which has a lot of margin. That's why it's right on the right. And it has a position of absolute, which is something that I wouldn't suggest. Nowadays, I would do this with Flexbox. In fact, this website still behaves pretty well on large screens, but as soon as you try to shrink the screen, the menu is not responsive. It goes, I need to scroll horizontally. So, you know what? I take my word back. CSS Zen Garden was a beautiful website that showed you beautiful designs, but I'm afraid that these designs are now quite obsolete because they are not using the new CSS features that we have nowadays, and they don't seem to be very responsive. So this is also another website similar to a blog, but what happens if I shrink this website? Nothing happens because it is not responsive at all. So let me see CSS responsive designs. Maybe we can find something more. No, these are all tutorials about responsive designs. Let's see beautiful CSS responsive designs. Best responsive design websites, web design inspiration. So here you can see a list of websites that show you how cool a web design could be. Let's see this with the shields. Let's go to the real website. Where's the link? No link? Oh, I just click on here. Okay. Ooh, this was awesome. Look at the fluid animation. And now we've got the H's that float. And then we've got this. Oh, you look at that. This shield is transforming somehow in a similar way to my logo. My logo is actually rotating. This is more like deforming itself. And the problem is that I have no idea where to click. Oh, you can scroll down and you can see the text appears. Oh, services, you see, services stays here and then it follows. This is another cool thing. How did they do this? I think that they use something like position sticky or something like that. Yep, position sticky. This is the usual behavior of a header or something that stays fixed but not always. It sticks. And as you can see, everything is there for the taking. We can just look at how it works and copy it. I don't like how this is made because the image goes below the lines. It should have a Z index that makes it prominent, but still, it's a good design. And how about responsiveness? Let's see how it behaves on a mobile device. Yeah, this is how it should behave on a mobile device. Probably some of the things that you see here require a little bit of JavaScript, but not that much actually. You can do a lot of things with just CSS. And if you stick with me in 2021, we will learn a lot of JavaScript. So don't worry, you will learn everything. You will have all the tools you need to build whatever you want. Mobile applications, games, servers, clients, desktop applications, whatever you think of, you can write it. Even artificial intelligence, why not? Even blockchain, okay? You can really create anything with JavaScript, which is not, with this I'm not saying that you should write everything with JavaScript, but JavaScript will be a good start. And if you like JavaScript, then we'll be able to type in any other language. I will stay with you in 2021, Kifzar. Thanks a lot, Kifzar. I looking forward to see you also in 2021. Ask blockchain. No, we'll not do any blockchain right now. But for now, it's exactly 2 o'clock my time. So we passed 4 hours together and I will do another practice, rehearsal, curiosities, trivia session next Saturday, which will be the 2nd of January. So we'll still be together in 2021. 2nd of January will be another lesson such as this one. We will probably continue the tutorial, see another bit of Bootstrap if you want to. You can tell me what you want to cover. You can tell me if there's anything that you want to repeat with me. And then, starting from the 9th of January, we will go forward with the JavaScript part. And we'll have some other 10 or 11 lessons. By the way, there's a joke about JavaScript that you find anything as JS. Yes, that's true. In fact, if you look for any, especially English word, and you append JS, you will find that there's a library or a framework. I tried with, for example, Burrito.js. Yes, there is a Burrito.js. Or I started with superheroes names. Batman.js. Yes, we've got a Batman.js. So yeah, you probably have also Blockchain.js or whatever. You can try Dreslaker.js or Tiago.js. Thank you guys, and I hope you're spending beautiful holidays. I hope that you enjoyed this lesson. We will see next week. I'm not uploading this on YouTube. I don't think so. Unless you really feel it could be beneficial to you. Just give me some feedback. And remember to get in touch with me and the other students on Slack, on Facebook, on Instagram, wherever you can reach me. Ingloriouscoders.it is where you can find all of my contacts. So from there, we can share anything else. Bye guys, and remember to eat pasta, code faster. Bye.